we can have debates on whether these things are perfect, whether they are, enshrined in science, or do they make sense, but there is a significant percentage of the population that follows it. There has to be some value in it, and that's why it keeps continuing. So, and to think that 2,000 years ago or 3,000 years ago, a bunch of people maybe in the same area, not in the same hotel, bunch of trees, sat and wrote these concepts, and those concepts have survived all these years. That's very, very, for me to think about it is mind-boggling. It's not an easy concept for me to comprehend. So something that people write and conceptualize stays for 3 millennia or 4 millennia. That's not easy. So what we need to think about is that we as our generation are enjoying the fruits of labor of the earlier generation. I would say my father's generation, or people who were born between the 1900s and the 1950s or 60s. So we have no inhibitions anymore. We have no restrictions. We have, knowledge is available, finance is available to a great extent. So I think for the future, we should not have any of these constraints or restrictions that are binding us back. So I think that's another concept that I have to leave with you. And hence, which means also no excuses for, not just for the people in this room, but many people from other parts of the world also, other parts of the country also, in other areas also, no excuses. So what are we doing in CII Telangana? We are advocating and making policy for a $1 trillion economy for our state. Many people have asked me, what's a $1 trillion economy? I don't even know how many numbers are in $1 trillion. So today the per capita GDP of our state is about 3.2 lakhs or 3.4 lakhs per person in our state. But that has to move towards 12 to 15 lakhs. That's the target. How do we do that? We do that with moving quite a bit of our economy outside of Hyderabad. Hyderabad is too concentrated. It's not sustainable. We need to move to other parts of the state. We need to have gender balance and gender parity in everything that we do. We want to involve agriculture more into the economy. Agriculture as a part of our GDP is slowing down. We would like to have more aspects of water conservation and also MSMEs. We need to encourage MSMEs, and those MSMEs can come up in many other parts of the state, not just in Hyderabad. So with that, I look for your feedback and interactions today, and I want to leave you with some thoughts. Our government has also been very, very proactive and very keen on getting feedback from the industry. We've had several interactions, many of the members on the dais, we've had several interactions with ministers and secretaries of the various departments. They are receiving our feedback, and that policy is getting into the MSME policy. It's getting into several other, the Skills University, for example. It's a wonderful initiative that's helping eventually the people of our state. So with that, I'll take your leave. Namaste and Jai Hind. Thank you. I request Mr. Shekhar Reddy Garu to give us his thoughts, please.
So, good morning to all the respected speakers and the dais and the faculty, delegates. Sriram Venkatesh Garu is here. He is instrumental in the policy making in the government. The government is moving in the right direction. As Sai Prasad Garu said, the Young India Skill University, which is a PPP model, all the industry sectors are going to have their own training schools according to their own job requirements. That is extremely good initiative. I don't know how the colleges are going to associate with that in the future. I think Subbarao Garu is the Vice Chancellor for that university. polytechnics and other institutions also in the state, how the linkages will be organized. PPP model is a PPP model. It's not new to our state. 20 years back, the then government has started extremely good PPP model when Builders Association of India, a contractors body, All India body, has come forward voluntarily, and they have started a National Academy of Construction. So it's first of its kind in Asia. They have almost trained for the last 20 years about 5 lakhs people. So it's a very well established, and it's also upgrade itself to university, construction university. And we have our own good examples within the CAA also. CAA, state government, and the polytechnic institutions. We had and our member association, a member, ALPLA, which is an Austrian company, we had an agreement. And what we are doing there is, after completing second year of the polytechnic, the students are screened and taken to ALPLA. They have set up a training center. So next 2 years they will train in-house, and in that period they should pass out that third year also, polytechnic, and at the end of the 2 years they get the polytechnic diploma, and also the company will have certificate and placement. That company has about 40 manufacturing units across the globe. This guy can become up to director level. That is the scope, and very good remuneration. And this now the fourth batch is running, and the feedback from the company is these guys' quality and performance are far better than earlier employees. So in-house training, whatever is required to their own industry. They in fact invested about 10 to 12 crores, imported all sophisticated equipment for the training. There is almost the skill levels are perfect, and the remunerations are extremely good. And in fact, generally I attend their meetings. I see these students are from very poor families. A mason son or a rickshaw puller son, like that, a daily wages son. Such people they have selected. 50% male and female, like that proportion. And we are trying that. It's a German model. It's really perfect. And in fact, we are trying, are requesting our members, CA members, to scale it up. They can also go to the ALPLA and take the services from there. And if that scales up, I think that is ultimate. If the people who are trained with them, I think they can work globally anywhere. Any company, they need not waste any time in training the candidates. And as that model, if all the industries, all sectors of industries can copy that model, that is beyond doubt, it is perfect. And maybe we also look into that, all the colleges, diploma institutions also should look into that model. Maybe in their course, 4 years course or 3 years course, can also build in such courses. So the way our Chief Minister is saying that Naipunyata, if that person got a skill, to execute any job, I think that fellow has opportunity anywhere globally. So that is our Honorable CM intention. I think that is in that same direction we are moving. And there is a huge skill gap. I come from the construction sector. There is a huge skill gap. And even the existing workforce also, there is a lack of skill. If any number of candidates, if you produce with proper skilling, and there is a huge scope, and the remuneration is also, they can expect more remuneration. But only thing is there is some stigma that why should I work in construction work sector? It's a very hard job. I won't get initially good salary like in the IT sector. But if somebody is working few years, if they are having their own skills, I think the developers, contractors are willing to give blank check. That is the reality today. And in fact, most of us, we are shifting because of lack of the trained people in our sector. Instead of going for 15 floors with a conventional construction, we are forced to go a shear wall construction of 30 or 35 floors. Because there we get proper, by using that alu form and other thing, it's like a casting, mold casting. We get a good quality of construction. But that can be done in 15 floors if we have the skilled workforce. So we are forced to go there. So if the skilled workers are lacking, the way the construction activity is taking up, in many folds is going up, where the skilling is not happening to that extent. And another thing what I have seen also, skill mapping is not done properly. Even I see National Academy of Construction, I was also director of NSDC, National Skill Development Corporation. I have seen across the country skill mapping at the initial stage is not done properly, and they are forced to take some course. The person should enjoy. He should have passion to work in that field. Then only he will excel. Otherwise, by just pushing, he won't do. He will run away. We are seeing in NSC during the entire course, 50% will vanish. When we give 100% placement there. During the placement also, some percentage will run away from there. So, basic skilling mapping is also important. Then another thing is faculty upgradation is also important. In fact, we have brought to the notice of the Honorable CM also on this, because it happens in the medical side, but somehow in engineering side it's not happening, the upgradation of faculty. I think startups companies, that motivation low. I was asking Sriram Venkatesh Garu, before our generation or starting of our generation, we used to see very dedicated faculty. How to bring back that, so what the incentives required, how to do that, it all depends, If the faculty is so passionate, then students will also become like that. So that is, now we have become all our mechanized life, and 9 to 5. Our duty has become 9 to 5. Whether students are happy or teachers are happy or not, it is not there. So it's all mechanical. Yes, I am coming, my attendance is there, I get salary, I will go. But earlier system, it was entirely different. I hope that we should bring back that motivation, involvement, ownership. I think definitely. And another thing, we have introduced for the finishing school in National Academy of Construction. During the course of engineering, 3rd year, 4th year, or after passing also, there is 3 months course is there, wherein all the practical aspects of the civil engineering is taught in NSC. Many of the colleges are adopting this, and I have given some suggestion to our the top officials in the government. There are resources in the private sector. Maybe sometimes universities may not have resources. Sri Vidya Reddy is sitting here. She runs a very large educational institution. She is flooded with money, millions of rupees. So what my feeling is, my thing is, all that they are competing in a healthy way. In a healthy manner, they are competing in the private sector, whether you are 4th rank in the state or I am 4th rank or 2nd rank. So, what my suggestion is, why don't the university declare some of the colleges, taking feedback, this is the college, Narayanamma College is Center of Excellence for some certain subject, CBIT and certain subject. Every university, every college, and it also encouragement for them, and all the other universities or colleges can use the Center of Excellences whenever it is required. Similarly, NAC also should become an apex body in the country or in the state to use that sophisticated equipment, machinery or faculty and research. Even all the department can use that center as a R&D center for R&B and irrigation. Everybody can use it. Even one of the university or college can become a center of excellence in civil engineering. Departments can go and interact with them. The builder will go and interact with them. See, this is how the collaboration works. And private sector has the ability. They got that zeal to go ahead and just prove themselves globally. And then also go the collaboration with other global universities. They have flexibility. They can decide. Whereas universities, government takes time. So I think these are the things. I think government, if universities recognizes them, otherwise I request to people like Sri Vidya Reddy Garu to go ahead and do yourself, declare center of excellency on certain subjects. Who will stop us? If nobody can stop the industry or the institutions. I think from the industry I have my support to all the engineering colleges. Wherever it is required, we will push it. And definitely we'll also get the Sri Ram Venkatesh Garu. Fortunately, is from academic side. Now into policy making. I think he will push it. Venkatesham Garu is also very helpful. The Secretary Education, and he is not, maybe on the next occasion he will come. Madam is coming. Sri Devasena Garu is coming after some time. So definitely these things will improve, and even the core sector is vanishing. This point I brought it to the notice of the Honorable Chief Minister during his meeting with the NAC. So he has catched that point. He is advocating every college should have core engineering, otherwise I will not do the free reimbursement. So that is another thing, because sometimes it takes time. A decade or 2 decades, sometimes catches very fast. But for the last 3 decades, I have been telling whatever I feel right. Whether some people say, what Shekhar is speaking nonsense. Sometimes they feel like that. But after repeating many times, they have, this may be also right. And when implemented, see the result, then they'll say, yes, this is good. I've seen in my entire career. So definitely, another very extremely good initiative. And our friend, who has taken, it's a good collaboration. I think we should appreciate the Telangana government going for the collaboration with BFSI, the banking, financial services, and insurance. Going with the collaboration with them, I think extremely good. I think most of you know this. And he is going to come. One of the speakers is there in the afternoon session, Ramesh Kaja. I think this is a very good initiative, sir. After so many decades, I am feeling. So BFSI, these companies, they come together, a consortium. They have entered in the MOU with the state government to train initially about 10,000 students, 5,000 from engineering, 5,000 non-engineering. Sir is going to speak on that. So they are introducing additional modules. They selected about 30 colleges, 20 colleges. In those colleges, they are introducing this. They are introducing some new modules which suit to their own their industry, and they are also upgrading the faculty. They are also sending their own faculty, and entire 10,000 students they are going to observe. It's an excellent tie-up, I can say. And I should appreciate all of you, sir, and even the Chief Minister also, for this type of initiative. And this type of initiative is required for all industry associations or consortiums. I think that is how we should work. That really we will get the right candidate for the industry. And similarly, Advanced Technology Center, Indian Industrial Training Institutes are converted. CSR efforts. And again, we should appreciate Chief Minister Garu for his leadership, for bringing Tata Technologies into picture. They are spending more than 2,000 crores as CSR funds and upgrading all our old Industrial Training Institute into advanced training centers. I think this is an extremely good opportunity for the industrialist to use those centers. link up. CII should play a major role, or CII-like institutions should play a major role in adopting or going and contacting, or these advanced training centers should have must collaboration. I think it should make mandatory, sir. Collaborations are mandatory because they are spending so much money. Every center should have, the sector relevant collaboration with them. That would also really, and this Young India Skill University, the Vice Chancellor is going to be here. And we are very good speakers today. I can see a lot of very excellent speakers are here. Definitely, we will get some results out of these deliberations. Those can be given to the government. Whatever inputs we are going to get from all of you, and definitely in future also, many industry institutions tie-up should happen, and also our people should like our chairman Sai Prasad Garu said. Already globally our people are heading many corporations. In future also, everywhere we should see our people globally, and I think that is only, I think earlier there are different wars to happen to acquire the properties or countries. I think this is another way of war. Indians are going to rule globally and everywhere. I think by technology or skills will dominate. I think Indians will definitely get more skills. The young people are here, and with all state government and central government and all the initiatives by the CII, like associations and institutions, and really, in fact, a lot of institutions in Hyderabad also competing in healthy manner. Hyderabad is a hub for the education, and even Warangal is a hub for education. We have a lot of scope to grow many folds. Definitely, I feel under the able leadership of our Revant Reddy Garu and the Congress government and people like Venkatesham Garu, Sri Ram Venkatesh Garu, and Sri Devasena Garu, and they're all positive attitude. I hope and in fact they are taking feedback from always from us and implementing. Alploy is the best example how the government has taken our initiative forward and we implemented. We have to scale it up. Whatever we have done, we can scale it up. And I hope from in fact, my another request is also all the institutions who are here, they should also start, consultancy departments in every sector that will have more, interaction with the industry. And you also get some funds. Faculty also will be motivated. They can also share the fees is there. I know one of the faculty for the last 20 years, he is doing extremely good in CBIT, Mr. Ravindra Reddy from Mechanical Department. He is doing extremely good. And Ellen is here from CBIT. I am from CBIT. I am the first batch student. I should tell good about my own college also. So they are doing, Ravindra Reddy is doing extremely good, all defense consultancy. And somebody to tell when somebody is doing good job continuously, we should appreciate and others should follow. So I had a great respect for all my teachers who are here, faculty. The entire country, the future depends on you. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. With the permission of the chairman, I just want to, before we invite Professor Sriram to give his address, may I request him to release a report that CII has put together, together with EY. It's called the Bridging the Gap, Integrating Skills into Telangana's Education System. Can we have the reports, please? May I invite Dr. Avantika Tomar, Ms. Srividya Reddy and Mr. Ravichandran to join us on the stage, please. They are the force behind this report that has come out. Please do join us.
Rightly mentioned by Shekhar Reddy Garu. Banking, financial services, a consortium, initially 2 engineering colleges, another 20 non-engineering colleges, total 10,000 students we are going to train. Honorable Chief Minister inaugurated this program. From January onwards, in all the selected colleges, this program will commence. And apart from this, for engineering, we are offering minor degree program. For non-engineering, it is embedded in first, second, third years. Similarly, then the accelerated program also planned for final year students, together with the internship in the industry, that is banking, financial and insurance sector. The aim is to get 100% placements, and the BFSI came forward to design the curriculum as well as teaching the curriculum. The Telangana State Council of Higher Education has entered into MOU with the BFSI, and the Honorable Chief Minister encouraged to write MOU with the BFSI, and it is going on. It is an experimental basis. Whatever the expenditure is there are going to incur by way of CSR funds. The company called ECOP came forward and already handed over 2 crore check to the Honorable Chief Minister for this. Okay. So our Chief Minister is a visionary leader. He walks the talk, and similarly he is a visionary and having vision mission statement for the state. Similarly, being your principals or faculty member, you should also have some vision mission for your institution. So coming to the topic, skills for tomorrow, integrating education, employment and global competence. It all starts from the classroom. Everything starts from the classroom, skill or everything. So before that, we have to design the curriculum. So that is very, very important. We have to design the curriculum. Periodically, we have to revise the curriculum. So because I am from teaching, so just some of the principals are there from the polytechnics, and also some other university professors are there here. And unless until we go in phase with the industry needs, we are nowhere. And that last, the second, middle one, employment will not take place, or global competence also will not. Washington Accord has formed, and India has signed, the NBA, National Board of Accreditation, has signed MOU or become member of Washington Accord, that is 13th June 2014. So whether you're liking or not, you have to fall in line. So you have to go. That requires the last one, the global competence. To have the global competence, we have to fall in line with the Washington Accord. So already the India is already written, but what we are implementing now is the AICTE model curriculum, and the NBA, National Board of Accreditation, is taking place accreditation according to Washington Accord. So sometimes what happens, this is sometimes related to only paper. Revision is taking place because of the AICTE, because of the NBA, we take it up. But thing is, it is not serious. So we have to take it very serious after the revision of syllabus according to the need of industries, whether IT industry or core company industries. So according to Washington Accord, every course has got course objectives, course outcomes. program educational objectives, program specific objectives. These four elements are imbibed in the accord. So if you are teaching a particular course to a student, what are its objectives? Otherwise, no use. What are the course objectives, course outcomes? After learning, what is going to get? That is very important. So if nothing is getting, remove it. So that is the revision. So that is already implemented, but only thing is, my humble request is, seriously we have to think. So you have designed. And teaching learning. Coming to teaching learning, always starts from the classroom, quality teaching. So because of the social media, it is very difficult to engage the student in the classroom. So it is a challenge for the teacher, every teacher, because every content, every material is available on mobile, through internet or something. But how best you are going to teach to make them attend the classes, concentrately how they listen to your lectures. That is a very big challenge, because we are also facing, because every piece of information is available. So that is a challenge. So how to design, how to impart the teaching learning methods to the students. So in simulations. So now, okay, chalk and talk also okay, but thing is supplemented by the simulations, animations, industrial visits, internships, okay, mini projects, experiential learning. So that helps the effective learning of the students. So internships are very, very important. So whether it is there or not, as per the AST, only one internship is there. But you go for 2-3 internships. There is no bar. If you are imparting more internships, every year internship, no problem. And similarly, the faculty also must go to the industry. So the problem is, the secretaries are also saying now, we are designing the syllabus, but who will teach? Only teacher has to teach, faculty has to teach. Sometimes what happens, lighter way, whatever I know, I will put in my syllabus. That's not correct. So 10 times revision means 10 times same syllabus. That should not happen. So we have to learn. So as a teacher, we have to learn, and we have to be in phase with the society, in phase with the industry, and impart good skill to the student. And there should be a continuous evaluation. Continuous internal evaluation should be there, because at the end of the semester, if you test, you will forget. After 4.5 months, if you test now, you will forget. But anyway, in all the education institutions, particularly engineering colleges, CIE is there, continuous internal evaluation is there. What does it mean? Assignments, quiz, the seminars, and class test, mid-test or class test. So some marks are allocated, and the AST is encouraging more internal evaluation, more continuous internal evaluation than external, so that every 1 week, every 1 month, the students are engaged in the class, and they will be having continuous studies, so that some amount of skill can be acquired by the student. Similarly, after that, question paper setting. So though everything, curriculum is good and the teaching is good, everything good, but we don't test the skill of the student by means of question paper setting. So question paper setting is also very, very important. You have to implement to Bloom's taxonomy, and this should be a moderate, difficult, more difficult, like that. We have to implement, so that actual student talent will come out with the testing. So that is evaluation, teaching, learning, and evaluation. So if this is done, definitely the employment skills will be improved. And one more thing is, entrepreneurial skills also must be improved. So everybody should not get government jobs. So all entrepreneurs are there. So we have to impart entrepreneurial skills to the students. So this has been shifted, the paradigm shift, like in olden days now, year-wise system was there. So then semester-wise, then continuous internal evaluation, etc., etc. Now the AST is mandated to give. They are preparing the syllabus, model curriculum. Under 2016, CBSE has come. 10 grading system, and 16 model curriculum. And recently, one more, the model curriculum is released. That is revised model curriculum released in 2022. So that we take it as a model. Then we can incorporate whatever the industry needs are there. Particularly the engineering college which are situated elsewhere, not only in Hyderabad, you have to see the local demand. local demand. And for example, mining department is there in Kottagudem. So they have to look at the mining department, mining the machinery and all this can be. And similarly, the MOUs. One institution must have MOUs. Like in US now, all universities having labs, Center of Excellences established by the universities. So I request the CII should play a big brother role in establishing Center of Excellences or at least labs in the institutions. For example, one particular university is excellent or having expertise in particular area. In that area to add on, we can ask the industry to establish labs. In Usman University Mechanical Department, the Daikin has established Center of Excellence, and it is useful for our students, and also Daikin people are using for training of their technicians. They have established all types of air conditioning systems are in front of the department. So that is the model we have to work to enhance the skill, thereby the employable skill automatically acquired, and definitely we meet the global competence, because anyway we are imparting the AST moral curriculum as per the Washington Accord. So it should be very flexible. Another thing is should be flexible, and the curriculum should be flexible so that the students can complete the credits before 4 years, and the 4th year can be kept freely to work with industry. And sometimes now they have to work with faculty. At least we have summer vacation 4 weeks, 2 weeks winter vacation, 6 weeks are there. So we can have at least, otherwise we can give some incentives to the faculty to go to the industry to work for 2 weeks, at least 2 weeks, to learn the latest skills, latest tools which are available in IT or core companies, so that they can in turn impart to the students. So with this, I thank you, the CII, for giving me opportunity to share some of the ideas. The government of Telangana is also, the particular State Council of Higher Education, we have taken initiative to revamp total non-engineering subjects also, BA, BSc, BCom. So the work already started, and the responsibility of engineering given to me to have some modifications in the existing syllabus for the engineering. So we are working on it, and today we have to meet the global competence. And in the engineering it is okay, but in non-engineering the problem, because the CGPA what they are getting in engineering, for example 9.5 they are getting CGPA in the memo. When the recruiter test, they will not have the 9.5, maybe it's 6.5 or 5.5 skill. So the skill is important, so skill-based education important. So that is the vision of our Honorable Chief Minister. Every engineering graduate must be employed, or otherwise should start an company. So that is they should not be idle, otherwise of no use. Okay. So towards that we have to work, and the CII, particularly when I was engineering principal, we became member of the CII, and we are not much drawing the advantage of it, but today NBA team is visiting the college, that's why our faculty member could not attend. And I think only very important thing is we have to have a mandatory industry tie-up with the institutions, then only we'll improve the skills. So we can also work with the industry department. Honorable Minister is there, Sridhar Babu Garu. I told same thing. While starting industry, how many interns you are going to take per year? That should be, they should put some condition. Then only they should be renewed or sanctioned that particular industry. So if that happens elsewhere total in Telangana, then nearby college they have to adopt and they have to give some internship to the students. So with this, definitely our students will get the skill, and they are more employable and also definitely globally competent. Thank you very much.
Summit is done under the panel, education panel. We request you to depute one of your officers, senior most officer, especially invited to the committee, so okay, that benefit will be there. Earlier we used to have like that.
Oh, definitely, sir.
Thank you.
We'll
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Venkatesham Garu, for that eloquent address. We are focusing at CII on policy, So I request many of the educators and the educational institutions here, whatever policy feedback you have, please contact CII personnel, and we're actively collating that and submitting it back to the government and working actively with them. So I also request for that. Next, I request Dr. Bhaskar Rao. He has to go back for a surgery, I've heard. So please give us your theme address, sir. Thank you.
Good morning, all of you. Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, media. Today the summit is Skills for Tomorrow, Integrating Education, Employment and Global Competence. Even though I'm a doctor, I'm talking about a little bit on education. It may be right or wrong. Few of my thoughts I'll put forward because you are the people who are going to decide. I'll divide the education into two parts. One is up to intermediate, the next one beyond intermediate, +2 and there. We all studied up to intermediate. Did any one of you remember what you studied till intermediate so far? Yes?
I remember some of it.
Some, 10%. Okay. What is the Newton's third law? What is the Newton's third law? What is the example? Yeah, that is not the skill. That is not the skill. That's where the lacking of education, throwing a ball and coming back, from there we need to build the knowledge. That is lacking today in the education. We are only copying that, butty and mugging up, vomiting in the exam, getting the degree and coming out. So we need to transform that type of education up to intermediate in a different manner. That means what is required, how to acquire the skills, what is the attitude, empathy, challenging, so many things which is lacking today, which we need to be able to impart in the up to intermediate. The reason is, if you don't develop that type of, that age, it is very difficult you able to follow future also. We should always keep telling to all my people, you learn two things in life is more than enough, yes or no. If you are 100% sure, you say yes. If you are not known, don't say yes. Many people say everything yes, guide them in a different directions and land up in problems. So that is one important thing. Second important thing, what I suggest today, all the things we are having a degrees, but the degree people, especially I am talking about my healthcare, there is no degree specifically for healthcare and non-medical people, except some technicians and nursing. The rest of the people, even in healthcare for a patient, 50% will be on medical side, 50% will be on non-medical side, which has nowhere trained. They all do some degrees and come back and get training. For that the degree doesn't help at all. So we need to be able to put up a degrees in such a way, when a 3-year degree, 2 years we should be able to keep it. In the first year, let a student should go and select what area he is interested, what is the profession he loves, what he likes, what is his interest. If he is able to work 2-3 fields, then you should be able to pursue in the next year of theory. After 2 years, you should be able to conduct an exam. Third year, you should be able to do an internship 1 year and then get a final degree. So that at least these 3 years you will be better utilized rather than spending the time, again what we have done up to intermediate, a bookish knowledge coming out, and afterwards also you will never utilize that knowledge during his lifetime. So we are not allowing them to build the skills. during education at all. Then once they get the job, they think it is done. Getting a job is a beginning. That means what education is during the education period, what he gains to how to educate, how to improve his skills, if that is there during job also, he will be able to do that. So the education, employment and entrepreneurship should all three together as to go into the education. Today, you take any industry, the entrepreneurs who has done good education during their employment, what they have done, and they become an entrepreneurs, that companies are doing very well. Rather than somebody starts and somebody is put and all. You take any examples, whether you take in a pharma, you take an hospital, you take infra, you take anything. The people who work there for some years, acquired a lot of knowledge, skills, ambition, build that and they started an entrepreneurship, they are sustaining a long period of time rather than without knowing anything and starting a company. That is one important thing where we need to be able to put into this education. Whatever we are doing in the education, why, what, how, if you put these three important things, we get a lot more things. The other important thing is the accreditations. Accreditation should not, you should not inform and say that we are coming for 3 days, 4 days. Everybody will be alert. They will be able to fill everything and keep it. You should go check on every yearly basis, see whether all the systems, concepts, policies, everything is there intact and day to day it is running and all, then you should be able to give the accreditation. Otherwise, if you then it is improving the corruption rather than nothing else. Getting an accreditation is very easy, isn't it? So we need to be able to make some challenges and built in the education that will definitely help you. I always tell there are three stakeholders in the education. One is the student, teacher and the organization. We should also build what is the relationship between a teacher and a student. Anybody? What should be the relationship between a teacher and a student? Huh? Huh? Sorry? Mentorship, parentership doesn't help. It should be a challenging. Doesn't help. So we are all friendly with our kids, no? They will get spoiled. So a relationship should be challenging, which is not existing today. The challenging in the sense, if the student asks questions, the teacher will get improved. If he wants to ask questions, he should get prepared to come to the class. If that is not there, it is a one-way direction. The teacher is saying, whether the student is listening or not, we don't know. Even the teachers to improve, there is no way, no mechanism. So that's where we do in a medical field, it is almost of a challenging. With the patient we are able to discuss, we keep asking questions, the teacher also asks questions to students. The teaching should be a challenging, the relationship should be between them, should be a challenging each other. The day when we are able to inculcate that culture in the education, definitely the education will improve, the skills also will develop, thinking capacity will develop, innovations will develop. The other important thing what we are not teaching in the classrooms is dignity of labor, which is not there. If the dignity of labor is not there, you cannot able to improve. You are not able to respect your colleagues. You are degrading, you are segregation of the people. So the attitude, which we are not, the compassion, these are all the syllabuses that till intermediate we should be able to put it into the syllabus and train rather than all the textbooks what we are teaching.
Ground created a model career center, MCC, a private employment exchange from where the industry can tap employees as per their requirements, thus establishing a seamless employer-employee connect. In fact, CII has got a center of excellence on skills with a mission to impact 10 million youth get employment by 2029. And for this information of the people here, CII recently released a annual status report of higher education 2024, which is available on CII website. I request all of you to go through that. It's a very recent report about the status of higher education in India. Today we have 4 subject experts with us. I'm sure there will be absolute greater learning, and our heartfelt thanks to Telangana Council of Higher Education for collaborating with us for this summit. And I sincerely thank our summit sponsors, Co-Rise Global LLC USA, Sri Vishnu Educational Society, G. Narayanama Institute of Technology and Science, and ENY as a technical partner and preparing the beautiful report. Thank you, one and all.
In the interest of the time, may I request all of you to be please seated. We will get started with the next session, maybe in the next 5 minutes. Thank you.
As you are aware, every year almost 12 million youth enter the working age population in this country. While this people power presents a huge opportunity and a big challenge also. So there is a need to make this youth employable and ensure greater participation by industry to manage the demand and supply side in a pragmatic manner.
Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Labor, Government of Andhra Pradesh, etc. The list is endless. He has served on the board of directors for multiple PSUs like HPCL, Barmer Lorry Corporate and Co., ISPRL, and also Secretary of the Oil Industry Development Board. Mr. Subbarao also functioned as the government nominee on the board of Reliance, KGD6 Block, Canon India, Rajasthan Projects, etc. during its stint with the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. Additionally, during the same time, he was holding the charge as an officiating financial advisor for the Directorate General of Hydrocarbons, which is the apex body for oil and natural gas, etc., the Directorate General of Hydrocarbons. Probably this was during Mr. Sibbal's time, sir? This was during Mr. Sibbal's time you were there? After Mr. Sibbal. Great. Anyway, we welcome you, sir, to this session today. Next, I would like to introduce Dr. Avantika Tomar, Partner Education, EY, Parthenon, India. She is a guest faculty at prestigious B schools such as IIM Calcutta, BIT SOM, MDI Gurgaon, and IIM Trichy. She is also into theatre. She is an actor, director, a sports enthusiast, and a traveler. As a partner of EY Parthenon, Avantika manages the growth agenda for the education practice, delivering client engagements in India and the Middle East, focusing on K-12, higher education, EdTech, and public policy. With over 10 years of experience, Avantika is an expert in education strategy and operations for global school chains, universities, public sector entities, and corporates and private equity firms investing in education and EdTech sectors. Before EY Parthenon, Avantika worked with other global management consulting firms, setting up new practices, business development, project delivery, driving internal collaboration, and building strong market presence across the financial services, public, education, sports sectors. Avantika has worked at two of the largest Australian corporates in retail, BFSI, respectively. She is also a keynote speaker and has presented her work on future of work related topics in many notable global conferences, including the World Economic Forum's industry conventions, Corporate Research Forum, and the Global Youth and Apprenticeship Networks. Dr. Avantika holds a PhD in Strategic HR Management from IIM Calcutta. Welcome to the panel. I think today it's very important. Last year, of course, as the chair was mentioning, that we did the seminar on technologies, etc. But today we need to talk about future, because I think all of us are in a Kerala snake boat, right? We are sitting and rowing. And if you have seen that Kerala snake boat race, right? If you are sitting and rowing in this direction, you are seeing towards the back and you are moving in the front. And that is how it is. So we are seeing the past and try to predict the future. Of course, all of us know that people do not employ you for knowing the definition of a screwdriver, but you should also know how to use one. And that is where skills plays a very, very important part. Unfortunately, our education system, and of course, we all are to blame, because when we start as parents, what is the first thing we tell our child? Eat this, this is good for you. Don't we do that? Right? You come to school, in the primary school itself, the faculty member or the teacher will say, learn this by heart, because tomorrow there is an oral recitation test. Correct? You come to college, and I think all of us are guilty of doing it. This question has come last year, leave it, don't concentrate much on it. Focus on this question, this will come this year. Am I right? Yes? And when they step into the world of work, what is the first thing that happens? Think for yourself. Work as a team. Now, we have never taught them these skills at all. We haven't taught them how to think for themselves. And that's where the biggest challenge starts, where industry is finding such a big disconnect between what they had expected to come out from education institutions ready to work from day one. Earlier, companies like Infosys, etc., had time, they had the luxury, they had the money and everything else, where they used to run a 6 month program to convert a heterogeneous batch into a homogeneous batch so that everyone can function properly into the organization. So 6 months training, 1 year's training used to happen. But today that luxury is not there. And they are expecting the education institutions to start training these students there itself. If we look at the state of Telangana itself, I think the vision has always been there to ensure that we are able to provide the right, ready, skilled manpower for the industry. Be it the vision of our Honorable CM, Revanth Reddy Garu, the Honorable IT Minister, Sridhar Babu Garu, etc., in setting up the Young India Skills University, or multiple years ago, probably more than 2 decades ago, when they set up what was called as Institute of Electronic Governance, IEG, or what was also called as Jawaharlal Centers, Knowledge Centers, or Andhra Pradesh Society for Knowledge Networks, which is now called as TASK. And that happened after the bifurcation because the focus was how do you provide employment to local youth, as well as the same time ensure that the industry gets the right and trained manpower. I'm asked this question multiple times that, today when the Young India Skills University is already set up, what is the use of TASK? So probably I'll start with that itself. I think the vision of setting up the university was extremely required. The Young India Skills University has got 17 different schools, right? They are having short-term courses, they are having degree courses, because I am a firm believer that while we need good musicians, right, for good music, you need the Bachs and the Beethovens also. Our aim at TASK is skilling people while they are in college. We sit over and above the academic curriculum, skill them for the industry. We are not into education. What do we skill them is only we identify the gap between what exists between the requirements of the industry and the academia, the curriculums, and work with 80 plus corporate partners to bridge that gap. Right? And that is where our skilling comes into picture, while their skilling will be much larger, much focused towards the skill itself. We focus on very few skills which the industry requires as of today. So if you look at Telangana itself as a future skilling model, I think Telangana has got the best skilling model, and that's why I'm proud to say that multiple states, including the Nalbodanwan program, has picked up in Tamil Nadu, has picked up leaves from our skilling initiatives here in the state. Looking at the skills of the future, which is the topic for the day, I think what is most important today is, and of course we offer that in a similar way at TASK also, the first thing is that we have to think differently, completely differently. I agree when everyone said that, faculty members also need to undergo industry internship. I don't know how many of the faculty members over here are there, but yes, in Telangana last year we launched a program with another trade body called HYSIA, and that was called Project Drona. And we came up with this concept along with HYSIA, saying that one Dronacharya can create 1,000 Eklavyas and hundreds of Arjuns. And that is what our focus was. How do you make that happen? Anyone over here who is a part of the Project Drona program? I thought I saw some people here in the room who were there, part of that program. But anyway, this is a program where, along with Infosys Springboard, we provide the content. We work towards ensuring industry mentorship so that live industry problems are gotten, and also, as Venkatesh Garu was saying, we need to ensure that they get immersed into the industry also. And that is where my humble submission to the entire CII leadership would be, while we have done it for IT industry with them, we would definitely like to partner CII and launch a similar program for faculty internship in manufacturing industry also. Because that is going to be a key. I'm sorry if someone is from IT industry, I'm going to make a statement which some of you might not like, which is that we have missed the software bus. Today we are thinking, how do you right? It's a big misnomer.
Attrition will be high because you are a round peg. Conversation. Apart from engineering and medicine, change it, there are multiple options available today. Percent of the jobs, if your student has joined in the first year,
When they graduate, 60% of the job roles will be non-existent. And that is where the challenge comes to us as to what should we do as future skills. Adaptability, agility, problem solving, etc., are absolutely things that are essential. But I will take a pause now and request my panelists to actually talk about it, and then probably I'll come back in the later half to talk more about it. Thank you. Sir, can I invite you to address the gathering? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Srikanji, and morning. And hearty greetings to all of you. It's a privilege to be here. It's end of the gathering. And what I'd like to say is very recently I took charge as the Vice Chancellor of the Young India Skills University. But the objective of today is not to talk about the university, etc. It's to discuss the concept, the phenomenon, and the problem statement that is in front of us today. So as of now, when we talk, over the last 10 years, we've been talking about bridging the employability-employment gap, the fact that our degree courses and even the engineering courses is churning out graduates who are not employable, and so on. So while we have been talking about it, there have been some sporadic efforts in various places, largely due to people out of their own initiative who've taken up these efforts, but never a concerted action, either at the policy level or at the decentralized level that has been taken. If some convergence has happened between education and skilling, it is only at the field level. I'll tell you more about it. Actually, if you look at it, if you look at our great Gurukul Parampara, yesteryears when there would be a sage and his disciples sitting around him, he would teach them the Shastras, he would teach them mathematics. They would also simultaneously learn to look after the Guru's cows and tend to his farm, predict the seasons, help the Guru's wife, and so on. So everything came from one Guru. So we used to call him Guru Brahma, Vishnu, Parameshwara. All the three gods we used to see in one Guru. So but then over time, things became a lot more complex. It led to division of labor, specialization, and so on. So we are living in a much more complex world. But at that time, what holds good at that time is that education and skills were one and the same and they could not be separated. So they were taught together. Today, we are back into that situation where we have to view education and skilling as part and parcel of the same process. They're not separate from each other. But unfortunately, right from say about 2014 or so, whenever 2012, when NSDC was constituted, the activities of skilling activities of various ministries were brought under NSDC. They were centralized and then said that you will lead the skilling process in the country. That's the biggest problem in a country. Whenever we want to change, we either centralize what is decentralized or we decentralize what is centralized. That is what has been happening. And NSDC itself has been going through it, as can be seen in its PMKVY implementation. They have been centralizing, decentralizing, mildly altering the implementation patterns and so on. But the core problems remain unaddressed. If you begin with the solution that you want to see at the bottom, that is the beneficiary, the student or the youth who has to get a job, and then work backwards, possibly most of these confusions will be eliminated. So right now, in fact, I would say so that while I was in the Ministry of Education, I was Additional Secretary looking after education. And I was in charge of Indian Institute of Science, ICERs, deemed universities, and so on. In addition to that, I had this charge of skill integrated education, promoting it. My secretary at that time, Mr. Subramaniam, who also happened to be my classmate and so on, we shared a wonderful rapport. So one day we sat together after a chat with the minister and said, boss, we have to do something. We have to do something for the 43,000 general degree colleges in the country. Those colleges where after doing a BA, BSc, BCom, even if you get a first division, you'll still not get a job. That's because there's a huge disconnect between the curriculum and the requirements of the industry. Industry is going rapidly, galloping in one direction, whereas our curriculum has remained stagnant. And people often take up these degree courses out of lack of avenues to do anything else. And they need to do a degree, so they do it. And then they move on to another degree and so on. So with this in mind, then it struck me at that point of time, now how do we integrate industry demanded skills into the education system? This was in 2018-19. So right before me was the ready architecture of the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship and then their sector skill councils. We had 2 meetings in the Ministry of Skill Development, and I realized after two meetings that we are only having meetings, but they're not resulting in anything meaningful. So then I decided let the convergence take place where it is actually supposed to happen, that is between the colleges and the sector skill councils, which are actually be brought to the field. So we disregarded the ministries and we said, as the Ministry of Education, we identified 20 colleges in the country And of the 35 sector skill councils, my humble opinion today is that only about 5 or 6 of them have truly understood the language of the academic system. At that point of time, there were 2 of them. So I sat with them and I devised curriculum in accordance with UGC guidelines. A BBA in logistics, a BBAs with skill sets where 50% of the curriculum is a skill component, and then the apprenticeship is also built in, on-the-job exposure. All the essential ingredients which lead to employability, we tried to pack into a 120 credit 3-year degree course. And then we released it into the system in 20 colleges. It was a great hit, let me tell you. That apprenticeship was lapped up well. And this was to test the waters. Basically, it was an exercise to test the waters. And I set aside most of my other duties. I delegated to my subordinates. I was focusing exclusively on this because I felt at some time the entire education system will have to stop everything else and focus only on this, because this is where the solutions to Indian youth lie. IITs will take care of themselves. IISers and IIMs will take care of themselves. We don't need to do anything extra or special for them. And IIMs, you don't even need to release them money, and you don't even need to govern them. Nobody likes to be governed in any case, some of these bigger institutions. So this was the situation. So we focused entirely on this. 2 years of COVID came and we lost. We were back to more or less to square one. And then post-superannuation, when some of us got together and formed an organization, CRISP, that is when we started working in about 5 states. And at the risk of bragging, I would say that now there are about 200 colleges offering apprenticeship embedded degree programs in the country, 200 of them across 4 to 5 major sectors. So what this has proved is every day was a learning experience for us. When you're working with a group as large as the student community across so many states, with so many interstate variations, intrastate variations, and students with different mindsets, temperaments. Some people who have been brought up under the regime of the fee reimbursement system tend to be a lot lazier and disinterested than those who pay fees and so on. So we've encountered every possible problem. So what I'm trying to tell you is that the task is not so simple. But then the word skilling at the same time, parallelly, we keep hearing the word skilling. These days, it's a good word. When it began, it was a very good word that you need skill sets and all that. But the way it has been used and misused by people over the last, say, 10 years or so, everybody seems to be into skilling. There are serious players into it. There are brilliant minds into skilling. I've seen so many brilliant minds. And then there are casual people, and then there are operators, then there are people who just want to make capital out of it. So the other day, a friend of mine from Australia, KP, who had gone to spend time with his family, he said, he rang me up and said, "Boss, you've taken over as VC of the Skill University." Yeah, I told him, "What is it?" He says, "Boss, see, I'm thinking of doing something seriously on skilling." I said, "What the hell do you know about skilling? What do you want to do?" "No, that's what you'll have to tell me," he said. So this is where people begin sometimes when it comes to skilling. So it's a very loosely used word and so on. So we can't afford to be here, at least people in this forum. We represent a very different subsect of the entire intellectual and academic community. We have a purpose in front of us, that is industry academia linkage. It basically boils down to that, how to make industry work with the college system. Well, they have been craving to work with each other for something like at least 10 to 15 years. Here and there we have pockets of success also. There have been many engineering colleges and universities which have, through great efforts, forged such bonds between themselves. Many examples to that effect also. But if you have to do it on a large scale, then it requires coordinated effort of a different nature. Now, how does industry collaborate with academia, basically? What does industry need and what do educational institutions need? We just have to look at the needs and then look at what they can do for each other. What the students need are jobs. And for jobs, they need to become employable. So industry demanded skill sets have to be given. So that comes from the curriculum. So who will give the curriculum? Certainly not the college to start with. It is the industry which has to first give the curriculum. Not every industry will be capable enough to give you the entire curriculum. They can tell you what skill sets they want. They can give you the broad subjects and so on. It is for the college to pick up from there, convert it into a curriculum as per the UGC credit framework and then devise that, draw a draft curriculum, give it to the industry, and then say, is this okay? At that stage, the industry can work on it, apply their minds, and then give it back with some refinements and modifications for the college or the university to adopt. Then comes the process of university approval and so on. So all these things need a bit of simplification also. So this is how the typical industry academia collaboration can take place. The involvement, each should not leave it to the other. That's the most important. What happens is that when a college ties up with industry, they leave the entire thing to themselves. This is what happened in many of the cases when colleges worked with sector skill council. They left everything entirely to the sector skill council. And they said they will do it, వాళ్ళు చేస్తారు. ఏంట్రా వాళ్ళు చేసేది, నీకేం పని లేదా as a principal and as the faculty head in charge of it? It's a joint responsibility. At least in the first 2 years, you have to be working together. And there are many people, facilitators in between who have their due role. Yes, they play a very, very important role. But then there's industry academia collaboration is a very serious one-to-one debate, the one-to-one process between the industry and the academic institution, which is what we have been trying to do here also. Within the last 1.5 months or so, we've had discussions with more than about 10 to 15 industries, starting from our GMR airports to Bajaj Auto to everybody. There have been very big companies also, and there have been some middle, of course, Dr. Reddy's is on our board, so they're anyway there. Then Aurobindo Pharma. There's a great degree of interest, enthusiasm for MEIL. There's a great degree of interest and enthusiasm to groom, because there's a dire necessity in the core engineering sector. Today in Hyderabad and many other cities, people just want IT jobs. They don't like to do anything. They need a computer, a chair, and they should be asked questions only once in 15 days as to what you've done. And they'll build this algorithm in their head that they can give you 10 reasons as to why something did not happen or what more they need and so on. And so the show goes on till he's either fired or the company gets looks for somebody else or whatever happens. So that's not the case. For core engineering, there is a clear daily gap that is emerging in terms of employment. People want skilled workers. People want, that is where the skills, the real word skills came from. That was the origin of the word skills. When we look at the core engineering sector, now skill is just about everything, right down to soft skills too. So core engineering sector, whether it's the pharma industry, whether the automobile industry, whether it's the IT industry comes last actually. The core sector is a very, very huge sector, even in the aviation sector, the aerospace sector. Then AI has now come in. AI is okay, people think that the general notion and the prognosis ahead is that AI is going to swamp everything, just about everything, and it is going to even take over our thinking. But little do we realize that AI is a product of our own thinking. That is what it is. We should never forget that. It is our vision which has brought in AI. When we were small, we used to, all of us see films. When we were small, all pictures, we used to see films sitting in the open air. There used to be a screen, some people on the other side, some people on this side. 45 minutes, the reel used to be rewound again and again. And that's how we used to complete a film. So that became popular. Money came into the picture. Capital came into the picture. So some technology also came in. So full-fledged black and white films were made. More technology, more money came in. Theaters began to be built in. Some more technology came. We had 70mm theaters. We had stereophonic sound films and so on. Technology and capital kept chasing them. Then came a stage where great minds started coming into the film industry. That was a huge turning point. That is when we had films like Avatar and then the very recent Bahubali and so on, where technology and capital became mere instruments to carry the filmmaker's vision to the cinematic extreme. That is it. The cinematic, if you think in terms of the cinematic extreme for just about everything you do, technology will follow, capital will also follow, and valuations will simply skyrocket. That is the power of the human mind. So when we conceptualize an educational institution, when we conceptualize a skilling ecosystem, a skilling come education embedded ecosystem, we have to think in terms of the cinematic extreme. What is the greatest level that we can take it to? And then that is when it'll you start deconstructing it into smaller steps. and then see what is immediately possible. Like the Chief Minister said that we have to make Young India Skills University into a world-class university. At the same time, he says there are a lot of students, poor students here in districts and all, they also need jobs. So there are objectives at both ends of the spectrum. So what we decided was, when we have two divergent objectives to cater to, better to first grab the low-hanging fruits so that we are satisfying some objective or the other. That is how we began. When we were without a rupees budget in our hand, we started 4 courses. Two in the logistics sector, 1 in the pharma sector, and 1 in the healthcare sector. And now we have the breathing space to conceptualize, because we started this between the Dasara and the Diwali season when there are hardly any students available. So now we have the time, breathing space to conceptualize programs to be taken up in the coming academic session in April. And yes, we have some sectors lined up, and we are looking for concrete industry partners who value their industry seriously, first of all, who value the people, where there's a well-defined work culture for taking in students. So though the Dr. Reddy's, for example, or Aurobindo, for example, we have identified such places where the student is safe, where the student is going to learn, where the experiential learning is going to take place in it. And in this, what I see is there's a role for just about everybody, provided their intentions are clear. The moment artificial intelligence became a buzzword immediately after COVID, we had 2 centers in Amirpet immediately announcing that we have a course in artificial intelligence. Now, where the hell did all these resource persons come from overnight? Where did they land up? And metaverse, the moment metaverse was announced, you had another Amirpet center offering metaverse. So I was in discussion with Mr. Sridhar Babu Garu the other day. I told him, sir, the day we are in a position to close down Amirpet, that is when we have achieved something in the education system. Because what are all those teachers, the trainers and all doing in Amirpet? They should all be in the college system. We should be able to bring it into the college system. We have not been able to create an enabling system in our colleges. That is why students are studying here and they're going there and learning what fetches them an immediate job, whichever way it may be. They may be shortcuts, and they may be, call them the low-hanging fruits or shortcuts or whatever. This is, so we also have a structural problem to grapple with simultaneously. Everything we have to handle simultaneously. There's no luxury to dwell on something in isolation and try to carry it to excellence. Excellence has to emerge by a structural method of addressing almost every single variable. And in addition to that, as a university or in skilling, the most important component today in skilling is the communication skills, soft skills, 20th century skills, and so on. If you have to future-proof your career, because the way technology is taking over, our courses have to be future-proof. So future-proofing careers it can happen at various levels. There are some professions which will never be under threat of technology. Say, for example, a hotel management or something like that. So, okay, fine, they'll remain like that. Then there will be certain technologies at the top end which will keep on rapidly changing. They change every 3 months, every 6 months, and so on. So students who get injected into that system have to be, first of all, taught the need to upgrade themselves constantly. So the minimum eligibility for those students has to be such that they're injected into the stream after some basic skilling, and then it's up to them to upgrade themselves. Future-proofing beyond a scale cannot be tackled by the education system. It is for industry, it is for them to enter industry, and then it is a self-driven process. Making yourself future-proof is a self-driven process. And 20th century skills, when I first heard about this about, say, 7 years ago, there were just 2 or 3 20th century skills like communication skills and reasoning skills. Now that number has kept on increasing. Now they say logical reasoning, you have to have empathy, you have to have a spirit of cooperation and analytical thinking and trying to understand the participation, team spirit and so on. So it's a very, very big set of skills. So I often wonder, is it possible for us to really make a curriculum to teach these skills? I don't think so, because these 20th century skills are acquired more through the method of teaching rather than any strictly defined curriculum. It has to, the teacher is the person who has to promote provoke thought, to teach subjects in a thought-provoking manner. It is the abilities of the teacher. It is our B.Ed curriculum which requires a massive overhaul and to incorporate such thinking into the teachers from that stage onwards. Today, if you want to skill 1 lakh people in our country, what is the biggest problem we have today? There are not enough trainers for that. Let's begin with a very, very basic thing. We don't have trainers in hand, good trainers in hand if we want to scale up our skilling process in the country. You will not, if you want to find about 20, 30 trainers, you will get them. But if you want to find 500 trainers across sectors, you will not find good trainers. It's not easy. You'll have a whole lot of fly-by-night operators, many people masquerading as trainers, as you see in the PMKVY, EDU, GKY. On CAG paras have also come up on that. So it is these soft skills which make the difference between a person getting a job and a person not getting a job. That is the most important component. So no training course in this country can ignore soft skills. About 7 years ago, on the eve of my 30th wedding anniversary, I was just planning, now where do I take my wife and go? Let's do something different. I had these kind of ideas in my mind. Suddenly my wife comes up to me and says, I don't know how I managed with you for the past 30 years. I said, what is this here? What a time to say it and all that. So I told her, listen, it's a little too late for all such thoughts. Because today, even if you want to go, I am not going to let you go. So you better remove all those thoughts. But then if you've been with me for 30 years and still not understood how you have managed, which means I must be having some of these 20th century skills like, logical reasoning, empathy, team spirit, and so on. So I felt I was actually on a high on that particular day. And it's been 7 years since that episode. I'm still safe. So it looks like the show is going on fairly well. The importance of these skills should never be underestimated, because you talk to any industry today, first thing they'll say is, what are the soft skills of the guy? Appearance, body language. That has become everything. A student in Delhi, for example, I've spent most of my life in Delhi. Out of nothing, it's the sheer confidence of the guys in Delhi which carries them through. Apart from their good looks or whatever, everything, the presentation, skills and everything. So we in the South may be much more rigorous, we may be more knowledgeable or everything. But then if we are not able to speak out what we know, or we are a little shy, we are a little reserved, it makes a very big difference between what our intrinsic worth is and what our apparent worth is. I think I've spoken a lot. Basically, ultimately, when it comes to tapping the student's potential, I used to come up with this comment every now and then. When you're driving your car along, there's a traffic signal, you see a red light. So if there's a red light, the law tells you to stop. Then if the green light, the law tells you you can go. But in between these two, the light turns amber. That is when the law tells you it's your problem. You do what you want. If you want to go, you go. You want to stay back, you stay back. We've got nothing to do with you. That is when the true psychology of the person driving comes about. Will he zoom ahead? Or is he the cautious type who will stay back? That is when it is these amber moments. It is these amber moments which decide a person's true personality. And success comes often to those who can seize these amber moments. Those who zoom ahead during these amber moments are often much more successful. The cautious guy stays back. And there might be somebody else behind him who wants to seize his amber moments. You're blocking somebody else's amber moments also in the process while stopping yourself. So it is this kind of an attitude that you have to instill into. All these come with these soft skills, with the various kinds of skill sets. So you need very good trainers today, trainers with commitment, trainers who have this desire to bring out the best in a student. I mean, these are the teachers we had in our era. Yes, we did have such teachers in our era. I don't know so many youngsters over here, but those who've studied during my time, the respect we used to have for teachers, the kind of how teachers used to remember every name. So this kind of an ecosystem has to come back, the concern for the student. And industry is showing that kind of a concern for employees these days. And unfortunately, colleges are not showing. They're just leaving them to the wind. Over industry today, Dr. Reddy's, I've seen personally myself the kind of care they take over every single employee of this. The HR team comes into the place and so it's that empathy, it's that concern to bring out the best, the care. So the challenges before any educational institution, leave alone a university, is to address the ecosystem in a very holistic way. There are about 15-20 different type of skill sets, each of them covered by their respective industry groups. All of them have to be brought into the embrace. You have to work with every industry because there are that many jobs that are needed to be generated. It's just the structuring and the layering that's very, very important. And over time, we hope to, these are early days for our university, over time we hope to work with almost every industry group in Telangana. The other day, Minister Garu was asking in a off-the-cuff discussion, if I give you 500 crores today for YISU, what will you do? I said, sir, if you give me 500 crores today, I'll keep 100 crores with me. Yes. The other 400 crores, I'm going to distribute between Usmania University, Kakatiya University, Satavahana University, Palamuru University, and I'm going to tell them how they have to use it. Because if we have to introduce employability courses that are employable, every education is a decentralized process. The catchment areas of students are everywhere. You can't, everyone wanting to get skilled cannot come all the way to net zero city in YSU and get trained over there. We have to have a very decentralized process. We have to involve our entire university system. The affiliations can take place with YSU, but the courses have to be conducted all over the state. That is what my submission to them. So I visualize YSU as a very, very decentralized kind of a operational mechanism where every college, every week, it's a one college, one classroom approach which I would like to follow. At least every college give me just one classroom. I'll take care of the rest. That's the kind. I'll bring industry. We'll take you out for apprenticeships, internships, and we'll link you to the jobs. So we'll. This is the only way to go forward, and I suppose to my thinking at this point of time, that's possibly the right way to go around. While waiting for the permanent campus to come up, it's going to take 2 years' time. We can't sit idle for these 2 years. So that's what I would like to do. So taken enough of your time, and thank you so much. Namaste.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think he deserves a louder round of applause. It's a sheer vision which is making this thing possible. And when people ask me what is the vision of TASK, I said every college should have that skilling. Very similar to your thing, sir. TASK should not even exist. If things are happening in school, English language is taught properly in school. In colleges, we wouldn't need to teach them English language, right? Similarly is the case with skills. Now I would like to invite Avantika Tomar, who has come up with this wonderful report that Mr. Ravi Garu also spoke about earlier on. Over to you, Avantika.
Hi. Can you hear me now? Yes. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. And Mr. Sinha, Mr. Rao, thank you for setting that up really well. As you've heard, my name is Avantika Tomar. I'm a partner with EY Parthenon, which is a strategy consulting firm. We work with education operators, governments. We work a lot with private equity firms who are investing in education as a sector. So both on the public as well as private side of education, how to scale up some of the wonderful initiatives that both the gentlemen have spoken about. I think that's where we as strategy consultants come in. My job today is to introduce a little bit and give everybody a sneak peek into the report that got launched earlier this morning. But before I do that, and I'm just, based on everything that both of you said, I just got inspired to share perhaps a few numbers. So, a lot of the themes that both of you have touched upon, as well as the morning speakers, are all the right themes. But I just thought, for the benefit of the entire audience, if I could just give you a little bit of an overview of Indian higher education ecosystem from a numbers standpoint, right? So there are, if we just take age group of 18 to 24, 25, which is your higher education age group, there are 150 million Indians who fall in that age group, right? Today, if you look at then the gross enrollment ratio, which is just about 30%, give or take. What does that gross enrollment ratio means? It means that if there were 10 students in the age group of 18 to 24, actually only three of them are today enrolled in a college. Whether they go to that college or not is a very separate matter. But at least on paper, 30% of our students who should be in college are in college, right? Which means what? Which means there's roughly today about 45 million students in India who are enrolled in any type of university, college, institute, academy, what have you, right? All of these universities, academies, etc. put together, there are 56,000 of them. There are 1,100 universities in our country. There's about 44,000 colleges in our country, and there's about 11,000, 12,000 academies and institutes of various types. Now, why am I telling you all these numbers? And I'm sure you're thinking, where is she going with this? If we were to take the remaining 70% kids who should be in college but are not in college, we will actually need to launch or establish at least 35,000 new colleges if we were to meet the government's aspiration of 50% GER. So even if we don't get to every student who should be in college is in college, only 50%. So we say if there were 10 students in the country, 5 of them we wanted to put them through college. Just for that, we'll have to open 35,000 new colleges and universities by 2035. Point being, that's not possible, right? It's not going to happen. In the 75 years plus of independence that we have, we are sitting on 56,000 universities and colleges. In the next 9 years, we are not going to be able to open 35,000 new colleges. It's not going to happen. And therefore, there is a quantity challenge. Right? How do we get through, and reap the benefits of our demographic dividend and the fact that India is such a young country, we've got these teeming millions raring to go. How do we get the demographic dividend of our youth? There's a clear quantity challenge. Then the second one, which I think all the morning speakers alluded to, but I'll just, at the risk of repetition, just say it once again, there is also a quality challenge, right? The stats in the last 2 decades or so that I have been tracking these stats continue to be 7 out of 8 engineers who graduate in India are actually not employable. 4 out of 5 MBAs, and Dr. Rao, you were talking about IIMs and so on. Weirdly enough, there are 3,000 business schools in the country. Net, 4 out of 5 MBAs are still not employable, right? So whether we look at our most predominant undergraduate degree, which is engineering, or we look at our most sought after postgraduate degree, which is MBA, I don't even want to go to BA, BCom, BSc, BBA, BCA, right? Let's park that for a second, and all the educators, I can see your heads nodding, because if engineering, which is the most predominant means of undergraduate degree, if that I'm saying 7 out of 8 engineers are not employable, let's park the BA, BCom conversation for another day, right? What does all of this mean? It means that there is a opportunity, and therefore the responsibility of literally everyone in this room today, to focus on this dichotomy or this duality of the problem that we are dealing with. Quantity as well as quality. So we need to up the game on both, right? How do we do that? I think I'll just say one last thing and then I'll jump to giving you that, a sneak peek into the report. But my personal view, given I work so much in this space, is that degrees may not be the answer. Right? And we as a country are a very degree-obsessed country. If we compare ourselves to a lot of the Western world, if we compare ourselves to a lot of the developing countries as well, I think we definitely have an affinity or a liking for degrees, we think degree is and should be a sure shot way to a job and potentially a career. I don't think that definition holds true anymore. In light of everything that Dr. Rao was saying in terms of there is knowledge, which is the bedrock of humanity or existence. On top of that knowledge comes skills, which is where today's entire summit is. Those skills give you the ability to apply that knowledge, right? I think Mr. Sinha spoke about screwdriver, which is such a simple but such a powerful example. What is the point of knowing what a screwdriver is if you don't know how to use it, right? So knowing what a screwdriver is knowledge. Knowing how to use it is skill, right? If you notice, in none of this, degree is important, right? Like neither in knowing about it nor in using it, a degree is required. I think you, sir, spoke about Australia as an example, and I've had the good fortune of living in Sydney for about 5 years. And one of the things that I noticed in Australia was vocational education is just as important as degrees. So TVET, which is, your technical education, our ITIs as an example, right? They can be just as equally important a source of providing livelihood, career, job, profession. We just haven't been able to tap into that vocational education seriously enough. NEP talks about if you do a 1 year, let's say you enroll in a 3-year degree, you sign out after 1 year, you get a certificate and off you go. You do 2 years of a 3-year degree program and want to exit, you get a diploma and off you go. You finally do all 3 years and that's when you get a degree. Focus still needs to be how do we make our people employable as opposed to how do we make our people degreeable, right? And I think just if that distinction we just start to make a little bit clearer in our head, because we all know people who have amazing degrees but no jobs. We all know people who have brands on their resumes, but not some of the soft skills that everyone this morning has spoken about. So I'll just pause with that and get to, I'll take probably 5 minutes more to just walk you through some of the, key points from the report. If you see on all tables, there are these tent cards, apparently that's what they're called. If you use the QR code, you can actually download the report immediately in case you don't have a physical copy. But what we as EY team did was we started looking at, in particular for Telangana now, so I'll, enough talking about India as a overall country, but let's talk about Telangana and what the, the skilling ecosystem is. And if you see on the screen, there are a few very obvious challenges, some that we are all very well aware of and acutely aware of, some that perhaps will come as a surprise to some of us at least. But first is we do have higher dropout rates in Telangana compared to the national averages. There are states that certainly have a better track record of making sure that they're keeping their students in class. Infrastructure, again, I think you mentioned this as well, that the first thing everybody talks about is let's build a building and let's buy land and let's start doing all of that. I think while it may not be the first thing you do, there is still requirement and need for having better infrastructure, better facilities, labs. If it is about skilling and it's a technical skill, you of course need physical spaces to be able to practice those skills. Student retention, like I said, there is compared to the rest of the country, there are pockets of Telangana where there is a very high dropout rate from upper secondary to secondary, secondary to higher secondary, and then higher secondary to college. Unemployment rate, I think Telangana as a state is definitely doing much better. But that said, there is a lot higher percentage in Telangana for self-employed people, which means they have a degree and then they started, they probably are shop owners, they do small-time businesses, etc., which is in and of a good thing. But where the aspiration of the Honorable Chief Minister as well as the government of Telangana is that the progression needs to be into more and more professionalized workforce as opposed to self-employed workforce. And then I spoke about ITIs earlier. Right now in Telangana, if we see, one of the challenges is only 50% of our ITI seats are actually getting filled. So between the 300 plus ITIs that are there in Telangana, there's about 45,000 seats available. Only half of them get filled. Which again goes back to my point around if there was a choice given, people are either not getting educated at all or chasing a degree education as opposed to vocational education, and we need to change that mindset somewhere. What needs to therefore be done to address some of these gaps? Well, like again, all my previous panelists have spoken. There are aspects that can be worked upon at all levels of education. So starting from school, I think you very rightly said that if we could, start that soft skills training in school, right? Start that language training in school, comprehension. There's a lot of skills that Mr. Rao was talking about in terms of problem solving, teamwork, team building, how to be dynamic, how to think logically, right? All of those things actually are skills that need to be taught in school. In my introduction, Mr. Sinha spoke about theatre. I actually, hand on heart, if I could change this, I would change this for the entire country. But I think theatre should be compulsory in school. Not because we want to make an actor out of everybody. I don't think that's the point. But we want everybody to be able to have the presence to articulate a point in front of 2 people, 3 people, 5,000 people. Everybody needs to be able to have the skill to say, if the 3 of us are acting in a play, right, and I forget my dialogue, Mr. Sinha needs to be able to help me. That's teamwork. That ability to improvise, all of that, if you think about it, can actually be taught in school, right? But we have this very fixated mindset of what is a technical skill, what are arts and humanities, what is a business and commercial skill, etc., etc. So we've just, as a country, we've locked ourselves into, let's look at each of these in separate silos. I don't think it needs to be that. From a higher education standpoint, again, everybody's spoken about it, but what is absolutely critically required is, can industry tell higher education institutes what are they looking for, right? And they will not be able to tell what the syllabus should look like, what the curriculum will be. They are required to tell what skills do they need so that a person that they hire is productive and deployable from day one. As opposed to, we've spoken about a lot of IT companies in the morning, as opposed to I'm a Infosys, I hire 5,000 students, I then first train them for 6 months because I have to bridge, because they learned nothing in college. I have to get them up to speed so that they can then become deployable after those 6 months. Why? Why should a Infosys or any IT company or any tech company, any consulting firm, we go through the same thing as EY, right? Why should all of us bear the burden of first getting the students to unlearn what they learned in college, relearn something that they will actually use in the workforce? No, it should be done in college, and which is, I think, what's required for the higher education. And then, of course, the skilling aspect, and again, universities now are starting to definitely look at skills. There is confusion in what skills means, and everybody is defining it in their own way and going ahead with it. But I think fundamentally, the application-based system of knowledge and learning is what skilling is. Can you take some knowledge and apply it? So we need to focus more and more on that. What the report talks about, and I'll probably skip through this, but please do read it. And if there are questions, feedback, we'd be very happy to take it. But we've put together a Pathways Accelerator framework, which is really saying, look, if we take all the quality resources and then start to very meaningfully start doing last mile delivery, that is when we are going to get the outcome that we want in terms of employable workforce, employable higher education, right? And then finally, look, just some very high level pointers on recommendations. And again, in the report, you'll see a lot of detail on each of these. But one, as all the educators in the room, let's start first thinking about what are these in-demand skills, right? Problem solving, logical reasoning, leadership, communication, teamwork. If these are these in-demand industry skills, how do they manifest themselves into a university program? How do you even teach leadership, right? Something which is fundamentally quite innate. How do you teach communication? How will you make sure that somebody becomes a team player and not an individual player? So first is just that. Second is someone in the morning session spoke about inquiry-based learning. Absolutely. A teacher's job, is not to always transfer what's in their head from their head to the student's head. Right? I don't think that's a teacher's job. So again, I'd urge every teacher in the room. I'm a professor in business school, so I can tell you most of the times my job is not to give the students the right answer. Most of the times my job is to make sure they're asking the right question. Even at EY, we say the better the question, the better the answer, the better the world becomes, right? So how do we get students to start asking the right questions, not to give the right answer, right? Which is where I think majority of our education system is stuck, whether at K-12 level or higher ed level. Workplace readiness programs, again, there are many universities that have started doing that, we'd be very happy to help and guide if you don't know what a starting point on that workplace readiness needs to be. Again, I'll pick up from something that was said in the morning session. Send your faculty for training programs first, right? Unless the faculty is well aware of what does the industry want, there is no way the students can be. So that immersion program, apprenticeship programs, internships that everybody is talking about all day today, I think it needs to start at the faculty level, right? And then finally, just make sure there is appropriate counseling so that the dinner table conversation, I think that Mr. Sinha, you said, the dinner table conversation is not, do you want to be an engineer or do you want to be a doctor? The dinner table conversation absolutely needs to be, what skills do you have today and which ones do you want to build in the future? Then figure out how will you build it. So having the why first, why do you want to do what you want to do? Based on the why, determining, okay, what will you do to meet that why? And then coming to the how, which could be a degree, or it could be a diploma, or it could be an ITI course. Our problem is we start with the how, everyone should do a degree, right? So I would just reverse or flip the conversation to, why are you doing what you're doing, either as a student or as a faculty or as a higher education institute. So thank you so much. That was everything I wanted to share. Please do read the report. There's a lot of information there, hopefully helpful information for you. But thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Avantika. I think that was very, very interesting. I think I will not do justice if I try to summarize whatever both the speakers have said. And in the interest of time, I'd just like to point out 2-3 things over here. I think what Dr. Rao said, and very meaningful for all of us. Why do we have a parallel system like Amirpet? Those people, we need good quality trainers if we have those there. Then he said, B.Ed curriculum needs to be overhauled. I think we as educators need to definitely look at that very, very closely. And then I think he spoke about the importance of soft skills. And the best thing and that's my takeaway also, is looking at the amber moments. I think that is something which is a very powerful message that we need to ensure that we transfer to our students also. Talking about vocational education, NEP of course talks about it, but it'll be good in case we can actually inculcate it in our curriculum, especially now that AICT is giving us 40% leeway in the curriculum itself and permitting online skilling and training to happen. Application of knowledge is something that we as educators should always ensure that we are able to transfer to our students. So instead of and as Sir also said, earlier we had the sage on stage. Now it's time that we educators become facilitators and concentrate more on application of that knowledge that is there, and become a guide on the side. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. A big round of applause for both my panelists. Thank you for your time.
Now we have a industry session focusing with the truly industry veterans are part of this session. May I now invite Ravichandran Garu to come onto the stage and chair the session on new age technologies for tomorrow, enabling industry collaborations. Yeah. May I now invite Jairam Krishna Nutalpati Garu, Vice President Tata Consulting Services, to come onto the dais. Ms. Anuradha, Executive Partner and Hyderabad Location Leader of IBM, to come onto the dais, please. May I now invite Mr. Sridhar Rao Sidhu, CVP Cybersecurity AT&T, to come onto the dais, please. We invite Mr. Ramchandra Maddala, Global Chief HR Officer and Executive Director Strategy and Product, Corise Global LLC USA, to come onto the dais, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon to everyone. So we are already 35 minutes behind schedule, but I think we'll try to make a good job of collaborating and interacting with all of you, because we have a real good panel from the industry, and that's what every one of us are looking forward to. So I just wanted to set the context, because this is on new age technologies for tomorrow, enabling industry collaboration. So this is something very practical and interesting, and something that we should be able to implement. So we're here to deliberate on what could be these likely new age technologies, because we have a panel from the industry, and the mechanism to collaborate with the academia. That is something that I can also share with you as examples to ensure that the faculty, the students, and the industry work together in a meaningful way. There are many collaborations that do exist at the moment at the national institutions like IIC or an IIT, or some of the central universities and some of the private universities too. But I would like to share some examples before I have my industry colleagues deliberate on these various questions. You take an example of Automobile Research Association of India in Pune. So they have an elaborate way of capturing data for their autonomous vehicles throughout the country, various image data points, and they are sharing it with academic partners. So which means that we as faculty should be able to go and reach out to them for those data sets, and therefore you'll be able to have some meaningful research and experiments that you can bring to the classroom to the students. Because these data sets are required for deep ML algorithms, because you need to be running data sets, and these are available. So what I'm trying to say is, it is for us to look out for them. Then more recently, if you look at IIT Hyderabad, IIT Hyderabad has created a very big infrastructure for materials research. So which means they have brought together the high-end equipments, and they made industry and academia as partners to that infrastructure. So by doing that, they are also facilitating faculty, industry scientists, as well as researchers to come together in a place where faculty can meaningfully do work and also have the opportunity to exchange intellectual ideas in terms of research. So that's another example. You go to so we might be talking so far about national institutions, but you also have tier 2 colleges and tier 2 locations where recently they have designed stepper motors and they have used those stepper motors to be launched in the Chandrayaan Mission 3 program. And also they have kind of helped build powering systems for the GSLV rocket. So this has happened in a tier 2 college, which has nothing to do with the national institutions. But because there is a faculty who has come from that ecosystem, they are able to kind of put these things together and make sure that they are able to also contribute to an industry collaboration. Similarly, if you look at companies like Hexagon, for example, because Hexagon is a piping design company, then they work with the academia partners under a program called co-innovation. What they do is they have a few faculty whom they mentor, the managers mentor the faculty, and then they also have students who are part of the team that the faculty select, and they will give them small problem statements for 3 months, and the students are expected to use a lot of imaging, deep learning techniques and create cloud points on which they are able to do piping and instrument diagram in real time so that they can try and make digital twins. So that is possible because there is a mechanism on which the industry is trying to collaborate with the academia. Similarly, if you look at in fact, the morning speakers talked about how a BFSI program, which Mr. Ramesh Kaza and his team had started in a very modest way, because the government of Telangana has been involved, how it has become mainstream in terms of pushing that into an affiliated college university system and making it a minor credit program. So what I'm trying to say is collaboration happens actually when the government is also involved. And then if you look at skilling, more importantly, the skilling platforms, already you have Infosys having Springboard as a platform, NASSCOM is already having Future Skills as a platform. So there are many mechanisms on which such collaborations is already happening. Now, I think the discussion today is how to make all these good practices which are already existing to be adopted more widely. That is the discussion that the industry panel is going to have to talk about today. So we have experts from cybersecurity, we have experts from complex enterprise transformation insights, we have experts who have built telecom infrastructure, we have CHRO who's having global expertise and having worked with a range of industries, traditional manufacturing to information technology. So what I'm trying to do today in the panel discussion is, I would like the panelists to have a discussion on the mechanism, if possible, on integrating some of the capstone projects, because all of you in colleges do a large amount of capstone projects. And capstone projects today, when you look at the Western universities, they have industry people to mentor the capstone projects, which we don't do. And I think that is one opportunity that we can bring to this discussion. And I would like, now to read a brief profile of each of our participants today, so that you have an idea of whom we are going to have this interaction with. So we have Mr. Jairam Nutlapati, who's here, who's been a veteran for 33 years with TCS. So we're very happy to have him here with the expertise that he brings. We also have him actually create a large enterprise in the telecom space. He has been very instrumental in building that infrastructure, the initial years of India's telecom journey. So we are very happy to have you here, Mr. Jairam. Then we also have with us Mr. Sridhar Rao Sidhu, who's here, next to Jairama. He is a vice president of AT&T, and he's part of this, his present role is in cybersecurity. So he comes with a large amount of experience in consulting because prior to this, he was with Deloitte, he was with Wells Fargo. So he comes with a lot of global experience and expertise and also advising on a lot of merger and acquisitions. So I'm sure he has a wealth of knowledge in terms of advising you in terms of what could be the right mindsets we should create. Then we have with us Ramachandar Madela, who's the global CHRO for a company called CoRace, who's also the gold sponsor for today's event. So thank you for being here, Mr. Ramchandar. So the good thing about Ramchandar is he's kind of across industries. So he was into manufacturing, he was into projects like CK Birla Oriental Cement Plants, power. He was in food industry. He was in Reliance Retail. And so he comes with a wealth of broad range of experiences. So I'm sure he has, through his journey, he has seen different mindsets on which he would like to, discuss and talk about today's, different questions. And then we have Anuradha, who is the executive partner and also the location leader for IBM in Hyderabad. So very happy to have you here. She also comes with a wealth of information of many, many years. And I think her biggest advantage for us to, work, have her responses for various questions today is because she's been building large-scale delivery units and COEs with global giants. So she is also having the experience of, championing aspiring women and rural youth in the tech sector. So she's got multiple, dimensions to her leadership, and obviously her wealth of information that she brings into the questions. I think the way that I would like to structure today is I'll go with a set of questions, and probably the panelists can sit down, and then we can, have a conversation with the audience. So I would like to ask the first question to Mr. Sridhar Rao Sidhu, because he is very technical because of his nature of job. So I would like to put this question across. How can higher education institutions effectively integrate emerging technologies like AI, blockchain, and IoT into their curricula to meet the evolving industry needs?
Thanks, Ravi. Before I start answering the question, I need to take a disclaimer, which is a standard disclaimer because I work for a large American company. So whatever I tell here is based on my collective years of experience across industry and consulting, and nothing to do with my current employer, or for that matter, even the previous employers. Right? Let's look at three things we said. Right? One is, we talked about IoT, blockchain, artificial intelligence. Right? So before we get into how people can collaborate, I think we need to peel the onion and see how emerging these technologies were, right? If you look at artificial intelligence, I'm not boasting because I work for AT&T. The first internship for artificial intelligence was around 75 years ago, which happened in AT&T. The science behind probably artificial intelligence is almost around 85 plus years. 26 years ago, I did my specialization in artificial intelligence and robotics. Why it is coming today is because the enablement of technologies for outside of the core heavy technical industries has proliferated into all other industries. That's why we are seeing this as more emerging. Same is the case if you look at IoT. Anybody who look at probably a large global oil companies or maybe, a large electric distribution companies, they've been using IoTs for 25, 30 years ago. But the enablement of technology and then process for every small thing that is happening today through IoTs, then there's a tremendous amount of growth opportunities that are there, not specific to those finite industries, because every industry can use IoTs, and for that matter, the colleges themselves can use it. Then the blockchain, which is more than a decade and a half old, but The involvement of blockchain in different industries is very, very different. Some of them nascent, some of them are reasonably okay. So once we know that where these are not necessarily emerging technologies, but we see that these are the places where probably there are a lot of job opportunities. That's why we consider probably both from the industry as well as probably from the educational infrastructure and platforms. These are emerging technologies. The fundamental problem that we see in enabling these is collaboration, right? Whether we call it a collaboration within the educational institutions between the faculty, the lab technicians, or the student community, or between the our educational institutions to the industry, or maybe the practical engineering campuses to our research facilities, collaboration between those or with the national institutions. That's where it starts. But at the end of the day, what boils down fundamentally is that how much of that we are looking at as job enabling education to skill building. I think this was discussed at length both in the morning 2 sessions and also the EY presentations clearly talked about. So first I would say that majority of these IoT or AI or blockchain technologies, there are standard, to a large extent, freely available lab facilities online available. How much of those are being used by even a tier 2 or a tier 3 campus versus maybe a tier 1 school where there's a lot of endowment and funding, right? So the democratization of access to these technologies at a cheaper, cost is already available, but are we really utilizing it? And the number one is learning AI or maybe IoT or blockchain is only the foundations of learning what we call algorithms in the basics of computing. If you are really, really good at algorithms, you can go from one language to the other. So similarly, if the example that we quoted in the initial conversation is BFSI. So industry enablement of an IoT for a healthcare, to a retail, to an oil company, to an electric distribution company, to an educational institute is very different. Unfortunately, the organizations look for people who are readily available to deploy, which is absolutely pretty commercial and let me not use unprofessional. I'm trying to find the right word here. That's not how you build capabilities for sustaining an organization. Similarly, is not the case how the educational institutions can do that as well. So fundamentally boils down to one is collaboration in terms of the examples that are quoted in maybe in the automobile industry and in sharing the data sets to actually do a AI ML modeling around it. So identifying a specific future industries, for example, in India, the amount of digitalization that happened, the amount of electrical vehicles that are coming in, the amount of innovative solutions that are happening on the energy sector in terms of renewable energy. So identifying those areas of future opportunities and then focusing with the respective industry partners into the ecosystem of the educational institutions, that would drive value. But unfortunately, I see, because my daughter currently is an undergrad right now, and I can clearly see it, right? Because, of course, she's not studying in IITs. That's a different story. So if you take those IITs and ISC, some of the institutions predominantly push people to a specific stream of work, and not having, and especially the EY partner clearly called out, that's one of the things I always preferred is, combining technology and non-technical courses like fundamentals of ethics, human behavior, right? Because especially all these emerging technologies that we all three talked about can literally go a significantly array if we don't have the ethical components constructed to it. Let me give an example. My mother had a problem with her heart where she was supposed to get a pacemaker. There are different pacemakers available. At the end of the day, pacemaker is also an IoT device. You can literally manage the IoT device sitting at a distance at a doctor's office, or sometimes you literally need to actually do the second surgery to replace it, right? And the doctor said, these are the options available. Which one you want to? And then being a technical person, I said, do not have this pacemaker in my mom's heart and have this old version. And doctor said, you should be stupid to have this because it's a very easy way of managing it. And I told the doctor, I can walk with a device and then completely drain that entire battery of the pacemaker and my mom can die. Not that somebody will do it, that's possible. The other version doesn't have it. You know what happened? 8 months later, a US company had to call 600,000 pacemaker implanted patients to bring them back because it has that problem, right? So the use cases are very, very specific and looking at industry and not focusing on too broad, right? Too broad is not going to get people into focused areas. So you decide as institutions on the healthcare side, which industries you want to collaborate with, are on the retail side of the house, right? The textile side of the house, which ones you want to collaborate with. That collaboration, every industry is really looking for collaborations. We also do that for our living, but collaboration is key, and then focusing on those areas and then using the existing reasonably freely available or low cost labs to hands-on experience, because I understand today it is very difficult for teaching faculty to get people to come to the classroom, sit through and pay attention and then learn what you're saying, because they can do the same thing on their phone with probably better than some of us sitting here as educationers, because somebody who did research for 35 years in that same field is giving free online, whereas some of us actually are learning for 4 years and doing that. So that is a big challenge. So collaboration through industry is definitely one. And most importantly, have those technologies in our own educational infrastructure, right? If you talk about IoT, there are ways and use cases where an educational institution can use IoTs for managing their educational programs, and that would automatically bring in interest in IoTs for the students coming in there. So I know there are a lot of things that we can talk about, but in the interest of time, I'll probably stop this here.
Thank you, Sidhu. I think you brought a valid point, because as much as we love technology, but then we don't look at it holistically. And that's the example that you gave about your mom. And the same thing has been happening in the EV space when you talk about battery management systems. So I guess these are practical problems. And this is where I think the faculty could bring these kind of examples into the classroom and then make it more interesting and challenging, because morning speakers also talked about challenging. Am I right? So I think that's the way that we can really work to collaborate. And more importantly, the industry partners, we should really identify those industry partners who are willing to work with. And I think that is another challenge that the academia will be having. And I would like, probably Jairama to answer this dimension through the question that I'm asking. How can higher education and industry partnerships foster innovation while preparing students to adapt to dynamic global job markets because of the way the markets are moving? Yeah.
Sure. Thanks, Ravi. So essentially, I think to start innovation, we have to start collaboration with the industry, right? Then we can go into the innovation aspect of it. What's very nice to hear, and I know Mr. Ramesh Kaza very well, that the BFSI, I think what they have started, we are able to really see an outcome of it. Sitting in Hyderabad, if BFSI is one, the other industry I can really think about is pharma, right? And every industry is looking for talent, like what Sidhu has said, that when they come to office, can they hit the ground running from day one? And that's what they're all looking for. And the industry is more than happy to come forward, work with you, whether it is to help you on the curriculum, help you on the faculty development program, or even give the internships to your students for them to become better and then get skilled, and then they're ready to hit the ground running when they join the organization, right? And then the thing has to be a both push and pull, the industry coming forward to work with you, and then you actually pulling it from the industry to take it. The third one, again, while I've talked about the BFSI and pharma, the other thing which is very close to my heart, and I think this is going to be the next growth, because we all talk about software and what it has done wonders for India. but I believe it is the semiconductors and chips that's going to be the next decade for India. And today, if I look at the colleges, if I look at the kind of infrastructure we have within the colleges, etc., I don't think we are ready to serve where India wants to be on the chip side. Because from we start at India, then we'll go across the world, we'll go global, right? So I think, but then I was talking to some of the premier semiconductor companies, I don't want to take their names, but then they said, we are very happy to work with the colleges within Telangana, set up, if possible, the labs in their premises, and then build the capability here. Because they want to bring the entire design of the chips out in Hyderabad, design it here, and they are setting up their own factories out here to manufacture them here and export globally. What essentially we are trying to tell in this context is, industry is ready. There are institutions like CII, NASSCOM, HYSIA, which are ready to bring the industry to you, and then you have to pull this also from us to make this better. Coming to innovation and how we can innovate, I have to say this with due respect to all of you. When we see the project work that is being done, the same project work keeps coming up from the students year after year. What we from industry are ready to do and then help drive the innovation is to give, for example, what are the business problems or technical challenges we are seeing from the industry. We are ready to offer that as a project to be done at your facility, in your college, and then we'll also ready to mentor you. So as you start thinking about this, and you start thinking about the business, the way the company works, our customers are looking, and then start building the solutions, and the innovative culture will start coming into it. And the collaboration with the industry will foster innovation and investment, because innovation also requires investment, and then the labs coming into your facilities, you working with the students and we working along with you, is what is going to drive both innovation and our ability to build a very high quality workforce which can build the next generation for India, right? So that's essentially, I think, the leveraging of the CIIs, the NASSCOMs, the HYSIAs of the world, working with the industries out here, bringing that practical knowledge and what business is looking for tomorrow with the skills what Sidhu has articulated before, I think is what is going to make the entire difference. And it all comes down to how hungry and how driven your organization, your students, and you are to make this happen along with us. And I think we are ready as an industry in that concept to work with you and to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, J. Ramakrishna. In fact, TCS always has been in the forefront, and Tata's especially. And, I think already the academia have started a program, computer system business systems, CSBS programs. But what you are told just now, that you are willing to, bring in projects, that can be shared with the faculty, therefore they in turn bring it to the classrooms, is something that I think we can formalize it.
Absolutely.
I think CII can play a very active role in trying to work with TCS on this, because this is what can really bridge the gap, because faculty by nature are shy, and therefore if we have a platform, they would be in a better position to kind of, bring their experiences and know that there is somewhere they can go and get these things for bringing into classroom. So thank you very much. I think that's a great, opportunity you're giving us. The other thing is, I would like to, ask a question related to the, how these cross-industry collaborations and transformative impact. So I wanted to kind of ask this question to Ram about how, in your experience, such new age technologies can, come into mainstream. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ravichandran ji. Thank you, CII, for making me to join this session. And here I just wanted to share my experience in multifold. One, I worked with Reliance Industries and Reliance Retail, where actually we are one of the pioneers to started using, SAP success factors. So initially it's the SAP, now it became success factors. But today, whenever we used to sit with our top management, they never to say that this is enough. Whatever even multinational company products are given, they said that no, this is not enough. That's where we have started building dashboard and all those things. So when it comes to the cross-functional and cross-industry collaboration, I was working with a company called Orient Cement. I have a big target of reducing the being a plant head HR, and also I am actually working with the CEO and COO. I need to reduce cement cost significantly, but our one of the vision is sustainably. Means we have to just create a product that can sustainable and also give a lot of advantage to the society. So we started doing one thing, that's AFR, alternative fuel resource. We were using some traditional resources which we are actually costs us very high. We started using rice husk and cement fueling, and also cotton waste, and also hazardous chemicals that is produced in Hyderabad. So when we started doing this, and project is done by not our senior engineers or project manager, production managers. I called my GETs who joined from NIT, and I called them, do some innovative project. Not just I'm going to give the training to you. I'm going to give the training. Next 6 months you need to work. That actually going to reduce my my challenges. So I started made them to doing that, and AFR program. Then they came up with some studies. Then I discussed with my CEO and COO, and we started a program called Alternative Fuel Resources across the plants. So that time I was working with Devapur plant, which is very, very vulnerable in nature. Vulnerable means a lot of Naxalites nearby, a lot of cases used to happen. Every 3-4 years, the one HR used to change. A lot of cases there. There is a huge industrial relations problem. But in spite of that, and also I have a union problems. But in spite of that, we actually started implementing this, and we started educating our workforce, educating our production leaders and technical leaders, mechanical, electrical, and all those things. We started doing that. Eventually, in the next 6 months, we actually got into the good product. After one year, we got green cement from Orient Cement. Now it's taken over by Adani in acquisition. So green cement is the first one created by Orient Cement with the leadership of one Rajendra, COO and CEO, and our plant heads. What I want to tell you is, and it's done by 6 GETs who came from the chemical engineering, mechanical, electrical, and they have done it. So what I feel, and apart from this, I recently had been to one of the university in Warangal, where students were actually demonstrated 51 projects, out of which their value that is going to create. For example, the university got from Navi from 40 lakhs worth of project that they need to innovate, because navies actually will have a lot of problems in loading the trucks and trucks to naval shipyard and all those things. They had multiple problems. Those challenges given to this university, and this university started working with the students. They started solving the problems. So what I want to tell you is, and they started using AI. They started using AI and ML, and as well as a lot of data science projects. That's where actually things have multifolded, and more than 10 projects the students they took up, and now they wanted to start and doing that. So this when you want to do that, so always I require talent and you have talent, but are you nurturing in the right perspective? And there is one thing actually I also did when I was there in my previous company, Dhanush, where actually I'm coming with a company called Gore's. Gore's is founded by one of the great scientists of India, Suri Bhagavantan Garu, who is actually the first vice chancellor, one of post-independence, first vice chancellor to Usman University, and also he is the first Indian Institute of Science director, and also who established 28 defense labs in India. So our founders are actually from that company. So we are actually wanted to build not just only global. Our focus is more global competency. So why Indian students only aspiring IIT and IIMs? Why not we think about Ivy League? Why our students can't think? We have a lot of international schools are there in and around of Hyderabad. And do we have that global competencies in place? And are we making the students to strive not just only curriculum? The CGPAs if you go to Ivy League, CGPAs doesn't work. CGPAs you may have 3.9, 4 also, that doesn't work. You need to have a lot of EQ, emotional quotient, SQ, social quotient, and PQ, professional quotient. That's where you need to understand your profession and passionate areas. That's where our in both industry and both academia should understand the student behavior patterns. What is they are good at, what they can do better, how they can sit with other students and do some magic with the sustainability. We have 17 goals of already sustainable goals, in which area they can work. They can actually bring a lot of change. For example, last 10 years we are discussing Delhi is having highest air poor quality. Why not IITs are not working? Why not so-called good companies are not working? That's a challenge. But if students do that, we can change. Same problem in Hyderabad, same problem in this one. So when I started working with the last company, Dhanush, we have Ayushman Bharat Digital Health Mission, where we have another 20-30 products. I just interviewed 300 students. I got 6 students, and I also took 2 students from University of Pennsylvania, University of Wisconsin, Madison. I took 8 students. I did AI technologies implementation in Ayushman Bharat, in which you have a lot of electronic health records. Electronic health records actually, can we predict based on my last 5 years health records, can I predict my future health problems? Are you giving the challenges to the students that makes them too interesting and feel? I took these 6 students, one of the nearby Hyderabad nearby university, and 2 students I took foreign students. I made them to think, and I just spent as an internship around 10 lakhs. I got more than 2 crores worth of innovation. What I want to tell you is, unless you don't find the right talent, and these 6 students mentor is a professor of practice, not from the typical academician. He came from US, that university took him professor of practice. He nurtured it, and that's where the advantage got. And I took 300 students, I got it. So what I want to tell is, if you really, really want, and those students are better than my team leaders, my tech leaders, I'm telling you. I want to tell you that there is a extreme side of average talent, extreme side of good talent also. You need to find the Prabhas of the world and Ranveers of the world on your own. Sandeep Reddy, how he traveled to Bollywood, took a lover by image guy and turned him into an animal movie. That's where your talent is. As a HR, I do that. As a technical managers, they does it. So you need to know how to find out the talent, how actually you can nurture them in rightly and make them to global competent leader. This is what I see. A lot of collaborations can happen if you come across. And another last one I want to tell you. One of the university I went to North, and they said that I want to put my faculty for 3 months, understand your requirements. They trained here, and first year I have taken 10, but second year onwards I have taken 20, 30, 50. The numbers are increased. That's where how industry collaboration means. Not the TPO comes typically, sir, I wanted this year, my college has given, my KRA should be this much, this one. That doesn't work. So please try to, this is the one thing, and always industry want to support you, and you need to come forward and collaborate and co-create the things. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ram. I think you brought an important point in your earlier part of the discussion about how you brought in alternate fuels. So I just would like to tell the audience, most of the companies which are publicly listed, ESG is an important part of their problem statement. If we learn to read the balance sheets and look for those ESG problems, I think that's where we can begin, And it's very important for faculty to know where to look for those problem statements. It is available in every public listed company's balance sheet. Am I right?
Instead, ask ChatGPT top 500 companies in India summarize the problems and you have the fixes ready.
So that's the right way to get this problem statement. It's interesting how we can go about motivating thing, opportunities to work with students. The next question I would like to ask Anuradha, because of her deep experience, globally across different countries and different functions. So how can cross-cultural collaboration in a globalized digital environment be enhanced through the use of emerging technologies?
Okay. Sorry for my throat, it's not good. So I was actually thinking of when I studied college and now, right, after 30 plus years, how has it changed, right? And how many of you are faculty here and students? No students, all are faculty.
Students
are there any students here?
No.
No students.
Continuing students. Yeah. Faculty.
Okay. So mostly faculty. So one is technology, using technology, and how do you build culture using technology. But then culture is not about technology, right? I mean, there's a human element. I'm still connected with my lecturers, actually. After even 30 years, I still know them. I still know their families and all that. I can't see the same with my daughter, who has finished her MS and all that, right? So what can we do to build a culture which builds that human relationships is very important, I feel, right? Because finally, you have to be connected. The student and the faculty also need to be connected. That's one element of culture, right? Because they have to learn a lot because they are doing 4 years, whatever time in the college. One aspect of learning culture is from the college itself. And how do we build that in each of the institutions, I feel is something to think of, right? So definitely, I mean, there was a before we came here, somebody was saying his son, his son actually selected a college which doesn't even need to be going to the college itself, right? He selected some college because he didn't have to go to the college. I mean that's a culture element again, right? Basically, the student doesn't want to go to the college itself, right? So, yeah, so there are a lot of these cultural nuances. What is good, what is bad is not something we can judge. But then, irrespective of being physically there or virtually there, how do we build a culture which is connecting people, which is really looking at longer term relationships, which is helping us really bond and learn from each other, is what I believe is very important. And definitely technology helps, right? A lot. We use it a lot in our day-to-day. I think the mobile phone has become really very attractive for all of us. And also the students, right? How do we make them stay away from technology is also very important, right? That is the other cultural element, right, which we need to be looking at. I mean, technology helping us connect and also looking at how do we move away from technology so that we connect better, right? Both are very important. Yeah. So now if I have to look at how technology can help, so definitely there are a lot of these collaboration platforms available, right? All of us use Zoom, Teams, WebEx, there's so many out there. So I think it has helped us really tremendously in bringing industry and faculty together, industry and students together. So in that way, I think it's a fantastic collaboration platform. Also, I think how can we increase the skill efficiency or skill proficiency index of a student through technology? I think that's very important. How can I measure and then kind of calibrate students across and kind of standardize? I guess that is one element where AR, VR can help, technology of really augmented reality, giving them that experience, immersive experience, so that they don't need to be dependent on somebody else, but then really technology helping them really standardize their index. Proficiency can be technical as well as softer skills. How are they collaborating? How are they behaving? The sentimental analysis. So I think that would be a good platform for colleges to be looking at. How can I build a AR, VR kind of experience for the students? I would say that's the second element of technology. The other element is using of cloud itself. No, so for having all the learning at one place, so that wherever the student is, no, they don't need to be dependent. So I think these are some of the usages of technology and how we can use it for better culture forming and providing a uniform kind of a platform for everybody, is what I would say.
Thank you very much, especially Anuradha, with your, little slightly under the weather. You are able to at least, participate to help us,
Sorry for that.
Bring that perspective, because, yeah, it's very important, And while you are talking about the cultural immersion, we running higher education institutions, one of the things that we need to really think about is cultural immersion of the faculty themselves.
Absolutely.
And especially because some of you have been talking, because all of you are globally traveled, am I right? But faculty are not. And therefore, any AR, VR or any collaborative tools like Zoom can only do that much.
Absolutely.
Especially for the faculty. So I think one of the things that we all need to be sensitized, at least when we are running higher education institutions, at least the IITs and the national institutions have some programs like sabbatical and postdoc.
Absolutely.
And this classroom.
Absolutely.
So that is one thing that I would like to add to what you have been trying.
Definitely.
And the other thing is, since there is a, for want of time, I just wanted to have a quick, question, just a 1 minute, answer would be good because there are too many questions and we are running out of time. I would like Sidhu to, just quickly say, with digitization accelerating, how can academia and industry jointly address the skill gap in areas like data analytics, security, cyber security, and digital transformation?
Yeah, this is definitely a postdoctoral research question. I'll try and put it in probably 90 seconds. See, again, going back to the same analogy that I mentioned, earlier, large global organizations required cybersecurity. Today, each one of us requires cybersecurity for the simple reason is we do everything online, right? Starting from making a payment to talking to people, sharing photographs, whatever you call it. And we don't have necessarily, like large global organizations, a good regime of maintaining basics of security, right? I don't want to embarrass many people, but not many people actually use on our own devices some kind of a security product that will keep us secure, right? We don't. So it's a reality, right? There are people who will still use some of the mobile phones which are manufactured by rival countries where the data is sitting somewhere else. So the point is that cybersecurity has become so critical, and then the amount of technology enablement, digitalization called for a lot of analytics. Remember the example that Ravi gave earlier about the connected cars and providing data. So the more and more data is available, you have the opportunity to analyze the data so that you need data analytics capabilities. That is requiring to define your business problems and solutions. So for the foreseeable future, the data analytics or data science and cybersecurity are going to be extremely critical. But that doesn't necessarily mean that everybody need to be great at everything. And I'm sure many of you probably teaching, being all of you mostly from this part of the state, most of you are teaching something or the other in computer science, right? if somebody reads TCP/IP as a subject out of the 40 subjects that you do, right? And somebody really, really good at TCP/IP fundamentals and then start there, 25 years of their experience could be on only network security, whereas cybersecurity is which is huge field, right? In that network security itself, somebody who is really good at one firewall technologies, but on the same foundations of networking fundamentals. Similarly, like you understand the algorithms, then you move from C++ to Rust or maybe Java to something else. So for the foreseeable future, these two things are going to be extremely important. Whatever collaboration that you guys can do with right institutes on data science and cybersecurity, and I'm sure every industry is looking for those set of people.
I'll just add 1 minute. While he has talked a lot on cybersecurity, I'm sure you coming from the colleges, there are a lot of ask on AI/ML, data science, etc., etc. If somebody just looks at it a little deeply, it is nothing but mathematics.
Yep.
My only request to all colleges is please put an extra credit on mathematics. If somebody does good math, they will crack all of these things. And somehow, mathematics, when I just tell somebody to learn mathematics, it's not very jazzy. They don't take it. But then fundamentally, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Just wanted to add that to you.
And most importantly, anyway, these are really using the models than creating models themselves. So it's like understanding the science behind it and then use it.
So anything else?
Yeah, want to say?
So I think I would like to ask the last question to you before lunch is what are the key challenges in establishing academia industry collaboration partnerships, and is there any method to overcome such challenges, if any?
Yeah, I think the challenges are there, right? There are a lot of skill-built platforms there. There are a lot of platforms there which offer AI, ML, and all the fancy technologies, right? So, but then I've seen a lot of colleges, they're really doing a lot of fantastic work in terms of setting up COE, setting up labs to really train their students. I believe that, again, each one has to also look at fundamentals, right? Programming, core programming, core development skills, core analytical skills, communication skills. We still see them as gaps, right? While these labs are good, very good, we're giving them the exposure for what is there out there for them to be looking at in the industry. But I see from earlier to now, the percentage of student selection has gone down in the industry. If I'm like, say, interviewing like 1,000, maybe I select only maybe 10% or maybe even less, right, finally. So I think that's one key challenge. How do we increase the percentage of selections? So I think that's where industry and the academia can work together to see how do we build those core skills which are required by the industry. Because when we are selecting a fresher, we only test the basics. Whatever the person has learned on, right? It's not about fancy AI or blockchain. We're not asking those questions, right? We're asking basic questions, basic programming, basic technical depth, and how the student is able to analytically decipher and come out with the smart answers. Are they creative? Are they really having good communication, presentation skills? I think those are aspects which are challenges today which we need to address. So the other aspect is the aspect of too many things, too many technologies out there. So that is really confusing, and it is tough even for us in the industry, right? Where to focus. So I think focus is the other element, I would say. It's very important because we are getting kind of distracted by too much of technology there. So maybe a mentorship between faculty and industry will be good. We can actually mentor and help them on how they can focus. What are the areas? How do we help the students? How do we create more of interest in the students? I think those are some aspects I would say. can help.
Thank you, Anuradha. And you want to just, because I want to ask a question to the audience.
Here I want to tell you, recently when I was judged for the 51 projects, as she said, there is a faculty mentor, there is a business mentor, there is an industry mentor. So technical mentor. Technical mentor is also from industry. So that's where the students in that particular university, out of 50 people, they are actually another 50 people if their projects are accepted finally, and 20 to 30% entrepreneur success rate is came, and that university became India's #1 innovation center for the entire private ecosystem. What I want to tell you is, unless you want to solve on your own, because the challenge is here, how industry want to see, how faculty want to see, how a business mentor want to see. These are the three different phases. Okay, business mentor wanted paisa, and the technical mentor wanted to, I want to do in my own way. Okay, the technical mentor, and faculty mentor, he just wanted scope a journal and all those things he wanted to meet. So, but you need to bring in these three people in one page and try to mentor the students. That's where the things were. And Core is Global, I'm just coming from my company. We have a big, objective of making the Indian students to global sustainable leaders. We are actually today, we are crazy about only India, in India, IIT and IIMs. Though they are doing extremely well, but they are not the top ranked university in the world. We want to make Indian students to enable to get into Ivy League, become global sustainable leaders and solve the global challenges, like many challenges that we face. So that's where we are actually coming forward, trying to not just IQ, CGPS are not important. Please, both those Dhirubhai Ambanis or maybe if you see Ratan Tatas, they are not CGPA guys. They are actually have a lot of EQ, empathy, a lot of soft skills, as she is mentioning. That we need to see. Mindset is 80-90%. That's what all the industry people we are seeing. Skill set 10%. Today I learned Java. Tomorrow I'm going to learn data science. That's fine. So that's where global competencies need to be there. How Sundar Pichai or our own Microsoft CEO became global leader, just not because of only technical competencies. They have a lot of cultural competencies, behavioral competencies that we need to nurture them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ram. Thank you. And because of shortage of time, I'd just like one question from the audience, so that if any pressing answers you would like to get from the audience, this is the panelists, this is the right time.
Okay, they are getting.
Thank you for the kind of an information and the transformation, what it is happening and how industry and academia can connect. I work on artificial intelligence, and the amount of transformation in terms of AI is bringing. And today, the engineering student, by the time 4 years he completes with the contextual, conventional learning what he has, probably it is going to be completely transformed world. So how academia and industry can come together, where industry can share well in advance that these are the skills beyond your course curriculum, what you're learning can share, and how academia can ensure that these people, means I think the colleges has to transform as a software companies, where there should be a laptop, and after classroom he should come and work practically, and then only he is going to be employable kind of a situation is emerging. So how far industry and academia is gearing up for this kind of a transformation? Next 4 years, it is going to be completely changed world.
Now, I'll probably take a first stab at it, right? See, as Jairam mentioned earlier, right, for programming, algorithmic understanding is very critical. Similarly, for all the usage of AI models, as Jairam mentioned, mathematics. So the foundations of artificial intelligence haven't changed in the last 75 years. The modeling approaches have not changed. Today, maybe a GPT 4.0 will come, and then probably Llama 3 will come, but the basic foundations behind it. As long as we are interested in building that foundational understanding and expertise in the models behind artificial intelligence are managed and established, then it becomes easier. Point is that we generally, in the education system, okay, everybody requires Java people. Let's train Java. We are not spending time on foundations of computing and algorithms, right? Then suddenly something changes, industry changes, they all go, so, Python, Python. Now everybody goes to Python. But the foundations comes from algorithms. Same is here. So if we focus on that and pay more attention there, and the usage of the models will come later. And let me tell you, I don't know, we have so many people doing AI ML these days. Do we really have that kind of a model developers kind of roles in the industry than the model users is a question. So we probably prime the pipeline so much that we give 4 years of AI ML course and the people would expect to do day in and day out AI ML, but you don't have that kind of a demand from the industry. If I look at 1,000 developers in my team, probably about maybe less than 5% of them would be actually doing that. So that's where you need to tweak as to see how many people we are producing with AI ML engineers than what is required. And then for potentially, breeding, discontent.
Thank you. Thank you. Here Here I wanted you to use the predictive analytics, where institutions has to bring the predictive analytics. So what is the next 5 years? My society challenges, my industry challenges, how I actually move from my students from colleges to these challenges they can address. That's a very, very important fundamentally. Technical skills is you can build always, that's not a big thing, but are you understanding the social challenges? Are you understanding the fundamentally the bringing the right technology? And pedagogy is very, very important. Pedagogy today, the challenge is bringing the students to classroom is very important. Are you giving the experiential learning? Are you doing the process global group process analysis? Are you making them to feel experiential learning? That's a very, very important. That's a very big challenge. Group process facilitation is one of the method that you can bring in, and teacher has to do 20%, student has to do 80%. That kind of group process facilitation where HR we use for organization development and change management. That is actually, if you are able to do that in universities, I can say
thank you,
your
Ram,
students will come.
this thing, and you wanted to conclude anything?
Yeah, just wanted to say this, because you talked about AI ML. There will be users of the model, there will be creators of the model. If you want to train users of the model, it's all about prompt engineering. That is going to go through the roof. You can train that, and industry is ready to help you on prompt engineering as to how to fine tune the models. You want to create the model, mathematics is the underlying thing. That's where I said have an extra credit on mathematics. If you're strong on mathematics, yes, building that extra thing on to a model creating is much more easier to make it happen. From an industry, we are ready to do both of them with you, and we are ready to work with you. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for, being collaborative with the panelists. Thank you for all the panelist members, and I'm concluding this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ravichandran Garu and all the panel speakers. It's really wonderful listening to you all. So we are also working on proceedings report, and which we will share it with you all. So now we break for lunch. We apologize for the slight delay, and we request everybody to come back to the venue by 2:30. Please, because next session speakers are here. They all are very highly accomplished speakers. So we need to start the session on time. Thank you.
But I had a 200 data for farm. Yeah.
Well, like a just expertship in work as far as understanding impurities in what you're developing, QC, QA, all of those things. And something that, again, in bits and pieces for work for students. And I'm saying credit for organizational work. Is, as far as academic success measurement is concerned. To be 2 levels below the CEO when I joined the organization. But that's not how organizations function, and that do start with the very basic, get acquainted with what does basic work in an organization. Write a case about why a particular, in our world, why particular batches fail.
Either organizing skills, etc. But once you don't acknowledge that and credit that, they lose out interest in that, and again getting system where.
So what Srividya brought is a great example. We used to have a team member who used to always said what's wrong with the other members' deliverables, and the entire team used to hate him. Say he's not a good team player. Not for this activity, we should throw him out of the company and all that.
Moved that team member into audit.
Yeah, quality.
He was a super hit for us. So, my opinion is, unless you have a behavioral issue, every skill is important for this world. We need people in audit, we need people in risk, we need people in compliance, we need people to find out faults. So I think if as an academician, as a leader of the academic industry, if you can identify the strengths of your students, there are awesome tools that can find the strengths of the student also. It's called strengthfinder.com. It's from Clifton Strengths Finder, for those who know Gallup. I can share it with Srividya, she can pass it on to you. You can identify the strengths of the students. They actually stays at the level itself. You can do wonders for their career. So please pass on the message to the students that there is nothing called you are not fit for this job. That job is not for you. It is for somebody else. I just want to pass on the message.
Then and I'll potentially add, because again, this is something I really am very passionate about. So some of the other tools are tools like PF16. So primary factor 16. That's another tool. OPQ, or Occupational Profile Questionnaire, that's another one. Use whichever you find, right.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
My next question, you want this to be the last question? Okay. All right. So my next question is, what we want to know, what is your thought process in terms of giving internships to students? Because if it was up to the education institutions, we would give internships to all of them. But and we want you to open up your internships to all the students. But what exactly do you think in terms of like, do you have a number restriction, or do corporates generally look at the number of human resources that you can allocate for this job, or how does your thought process work in this?
Every company has targets. They can only acquire so much of workforce from the campuses, and if the market is getting better, they also look for higher numbers. Typically, the general rule of thumb in any industry is 20% of the workforce they can look for to be coming out of a campus. Not for the global delivery companies. When you take a global delivery company, much like Tata Consultancy, Infosys, they are called the global delivery. They need much higher numbers because they are profit-making companies. My company has an office here. We are a cost center. So naturally, there is no bench, and we have a differential compensation and all that. So 20% is a common number. So that's the reason we are limited by how many people we can take. But the real opportunity is that if you do that shift left, where from the first semester itself, theory, knowledge, use case, that's exactly what we do in our offices. When the students come and join us as employees, we put them into smaller groups for first theory. The same day they will sit with a smaller group and analyze the problem, and they'll go to the computer and start working on a real problem. But colleges cannot provide such very high expense softwares and all that, right? So that's where the companies can come and support setting up lab for you and all that if it is technical skills. For business skills, you don't need fancy computers. You can understand the business around. So internship limitation is that. In my opinion, we don't need internship in the companies at all. The reason because when the student is completely focused only on the theoretical knowledge in the colleges today, they have very little practical training. What we are doing now is that the first 5 months, 6 months, we are doing a paid internship. They get paid, by the way. We give them a very meaningful compensation even during internship. And then we give them real problem solving activities. So the thought process is, if we can do this shift left with your help, in your colleges, we can actually create, like the way I said, I can take some of you, train you, and even you give you funding of $10,000-$20,000 and say, here is the money, go and do your R&D work. Then the internships can happen for all the students in the college itself. Then the companies will know that we have so much of talent, we can recruit them. And today, the reality is, the entire world is going to starve for skilled workforce. Entire world. And if you don't believe in it, go and read the book from Tamara Erickson, the book called Changing Demographics. Yeah. She came and taught us in 2006 how the world is going to be 20 years from now. And I had zero idea what she was talking at the time. Now I'm seeing what she said at the time. Amazing book it is. The entire world is struggling with aging population. China is struggling with single child policy. Anyway, in reality, we are not rushing and hiring anybody from there. And on the top of it, the birth rate has come down across the world, especially in countries like Europe. So the students who are getting that skills training can do wonders in the world. And they're required in the world. So help us to do the shift left. And we'll help you to make that happen is our commitment from the industry front, at least the BFSI industry front.
Let me take the global theme a little further, and can't agree more. Japan today is not aging economy, it's already aged economy. And the demographics, India and Japan are on different two spectrum altogether. Japan started opening its job market for global talents somewhere around 2005-06, where they seriously, of course, there were some exceptions like me who went in 90s and ended up working, but there's a conscious effort to get the talents. 2013, there were some 700,000 people came to Japan. Lateral recruitment, be it a student or direct. Today, the number is more than 2.1 million.
Wow.
So in 10 years, a decade, 3 times more number has come. Opportunity for the institute here as well, that even the Indian government is also looking into big way. So JETRO is a Japan External Trade Research Organization, and they are doing quite a lot of activity in this space where they bring in the universities from there. You can form an exchange program with them, or bringing the companies from Japan. One important thing which also was very important for me as well while studying there was the understanding and learning the language. And that learning language, it may just look like, okay, picking one more language, but it's such a sector agnostic skill that can make you survive in any industry. And my case being, I started with IT, then moved on to finance, now heading R&D. The language and culture go hand in hand, and the Ministry of External Affairs actually is putting effort on this. So there is one on the East Asia desk. There is an advisor, Professor Ashok Chawla, and that's his life mission. I'll be able to connect his number with Srividya. You can take it. So any institute who is interested in starting Japanese languages course, which in turn improves the prospects with respect to Japan, would be very happy if you can take advantage of it.
Great input.
Yeah. And thank you. I think that's really a good connection to. Thank you for being a wonderful, supportive audience on that one, right? But I think to add to this, I think in my case, for example, I represent an organization in the pharmaceutical industry. All of you know, how many of you know that pharmaceutical is a regulated industry? Right? I mean, I'm assuming a majority of people know that. So we are regulated by FDA, the Food and Drug Administration in the US, and potentially regional regulators in each geography. And what that means is that in and around production and R&D, it's almost like you potentially kind of go ahead and have a high security area, and only people who are certified to be there are there. Not high security area from a point of view of deadly force authorized, but high security from a point of view that only people who have been certified on certain skills or understand the SOPs to operate in that area operate in that area. So that kind of limits our ability to get people who potentially either can't get certified, or they're here for a very short period of time, and hence it doesn't make any sense for them to be certified. However, what definitely works is this opportunity to actually figure out, and we do run a program. So we do run a program called the Young Leadership Program, or YLP. So our YLPs come in from technical institutes and from MBA schools. Our technical folks are basically folks who have done chemical engineering, mechanical, that kind of stream out of, say, IITs or BITS, that kind of profile. And then our management school graduates would come in with usually your HRM or management degrees that they will go and have. And those people go through, like I was suggesting earlier, that they actually go through 6-month projects multiple times over a 2 to 3 year period, only to then graduate out of the program and get into a formal job. That's the protocol that we have. We do have opportunities to hire people from, say, from pharmacy colleges to actually come in and do internships, limited time internships. We also do a lot of internships for students from colleges overseas. We actually do almost an annual tour of duty for colleges like UCLA in the US. So those folks come here, spend a few days just to understand the Indian generic pharma industry and so on and so forth. What I think would be helpful for students in your colleges is this whole thing of waiting for industry or waiting for internship can actually be avoided. And it can be avoided. One, I think, Ramesh, you were talking about something on those lines. But I think the other piece also is to actually figure out how can you bring more industry into the college. And that can be done right at correct. The juxtaposition of that should be accurate in terms of what you're covering and then who do you call. And that kind of brings a mode of realism and it kind of gives them a sense of what the real world is also outside the construct of the classroom. So that potentially may also be a helpful way to kind of look at it.
Thank you. We're getting hints that we need to close the session, but I want to thank all our three panelists for making it very candid, practical, and lively for all the audience. Thank you. Just one last question before we close while Aruna is walking here. Can we take questions? We can take questions.
She can't say no right now.
Yeah, but I can't shoot out on the time with many questions. Okay, so let's not take questions because she's giving me side glances while she's saying that I don't want to do that. But we just want to know what books you're reading right now and we're closing.
You want to be truthful? I'm just reading people.
I have habit of reading 3 to 4 totally different book, totally different genre. I mean, I don't call it binge reading, but the Power Law, the Atomic Habit, and the Sixth Extinction are currently I'm carrying with me in Hyderabad.
I don't know if I should go ahead and say the book name out loud. I'm actually reading a book on organizational effectiveness, which is my profession, so that's professional. And then there's another book that I've just started called AI Snake Oil, which indicates my faith on AI. But I'm just trying to figure out why should I not trust AI? I'm kind of intrigued by that topic, so it's good to know the counterpoint. So those are the two that I'm reading. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Lovely meeting. We'll be in touch.
This is called collaboration.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was wonderful. Thank you very much.
Now we have the session, valedictory session, and the last session for today on developing talent of tomorrow through reimagining pedagogy. And we also have a chief guest today with us, Sri Devasena Garu, Commissioner of Technical Education and Collegiate Education, Government of Telangana. Madam could not join us for the inaugural session, but she has kindly made it convenient to join us now for the valedictory session. Thank you very much, Sri Devasena Garu, for joining us today. May I now invite Mr. Sorry, I'll just call the other speakers. Yeah. May I now invite Mr. Praveen Garimella, Director, Indian School of Business, to come on to the dais, please. May I now invite Professor B.S. Murthy, Advisor, Education and Skills Panel, CI Telangana, and Director, IIT Hyderabad, to come on to the dais, please. May I now invite Mr. Osama Manzar, founder, Digital Empowerment Foundation, to come on to the dais. Thank you, Osama ji, for coming all the way from Calcutta to join us for today. Now, may I now invite our chief guest, Ms. Sri Devasena Garu, IAS, Commissioner of Department of Technical Education and Collegiate Education. Thank you. Over to you, Praveen Garu.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. So this is the last session that was planned, and I have a very interesting from colleges. And what I want to kind of get on to is, given all of those skilling demands, how do we reimagine pedagogy, right? Do we really need to do that? What challenges are there? And how do we kind of cope with this, right? And in order to, get into this particular topic, I have a very simple framework for us to think about, because once you say reimagine, we have to start thinking of innovation. And first one that comes to my mind is, what do we teach, right? The second one is, how do we teach it? The third one is, how do your students learn? And the fourth one is, how do we evaluate, right? So to me, these are four components which become very central to the whole, pedagogical structure, right? Now the question is, what is working today and what is not, and how do we kind of come up with models that really work, and how difficult are challenges, and to kind of go, have He has over 3 decades of experience with the chalkboard, teaching a lot of students, inspiring them to do very interesting things. Working with a lot of communities around India. He's been in the thick of things, working with people and trying to understand. And his mission was, how to eradicate information poverty, right? And if you think about digital divide, the number of people who don't have access to digital, right, that we all enjoy today, what are those challenges? And he has seen a lot of them. And so I think it will be a very interesting conversation trying to go between what happens in the classroom to what happens on the ground and what challenges are there. So I'm going to try and guide the discussion based on
already recruited a few students. That's something which we have started seeing students are actually loving. In fact, the JEE opening rank and closing rank of engineering sciences is very close to computer science and AI at IIT Hyderabad. Very, very close. So there's a different breed of students coming up. Okay, I mean, I can tell you 12 years back when my son was entering into college, he said, I want to be an aerospace engineer. And he didn't get JEE advanced. He only got JEE mains good rank. But we came to know that none of the NITs have aerospace. Even today, 31 NITs, not even one has aerospace. Then I asked him, why don't you join for mechanical in NIT and then do masters or PhD in aero? He said, Nana, both are not the same. So he was able to tell this to a professor of an IIT Madras. So this is the kind of generation that is growing now. Okay, and we should be able to support them. Okay, so this is something I request, I suggest to all of you, if you can take bold steps and find out what does the student really want to know. So this is something, for example, we have always been very straight-jacketed. I studied metallurgy. 4 years, excepting first year, which is common. Everything is metallurgy, 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 nothing else. Okay? So we at IIT Hyderabad now we say only 60% of the total credits will come from your branch, whether it is core courses, electives, project, everything. Remaining 40% should come from outside. And these 40% are decided by the student, including 10% of courses which we call it as creative arts. Right. A student has to do music, dance. We have a big set of courses. If a student at IIT Hyderabad does not do 10% of creative arts courses, the student does not get a degree. We strongly believe while engineering is all left brain activity, right brain activity is equally important, and that brings a balance in life. What is missing, a lot of diabetes, is all because we don't have a balance in life, to be honest. Let's learn how to be balanced. And this is, I am a believer that a balanced mind can think much beyond, and a lot of innovations come from such balanced minds. So this is very important. If you want innovation to flourish, you give freedom to students. Now we see IIT Hyderabad, in the last 5 years, we have more than 250 startups, 1,500 crores of revenue they have raised. These are all undergraduates. Okay? So that's because you allowed them. Okay? I tell them that 2 years you have been in jails. 11th and 12th, all of us know. The so-called Narayana and Chaitanyas. Okay? So I said, now that you don't have that botheration, forget about what rank you have got, because the rank has brought you already into IIT. Now that rank has no meaning. Now you start thinking what kind of dreams you have. So at IIT Hyderabad, a first semester student can take a semester break to work on an innovative idea of the student. We allow this. So this way, let them flow. And we went one step further. We said at the end of second year, if your ideas are working out well, you take a break from IIT, and we give you a diploma. And go out, start your startup. And I give you 5 years time if you want to come back and complete the remaining 2 years. And if you don't want to come back, I am the happiest person, because you don't need a degree from IIT. And we should create such people who do not want a degree from an IIT. Okay? I mean, we have Bill Gates we talk about, Steve Jobs we talk about. They never got a degree, but they've created empires, right? So this can only happen when you provide freedom. Freedom, flexibility is essential. If you do that, India will definitely be a Viksit Bharat. Otherwise, I don't think Viksit Bharat is going to be, not even our generation, forget it, possibly even next generation, it will not happen. If you want really developed India, let the next generation at least learn things the way they want to learn. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Usama ji, I have a follow-on question on the same theme, right? I think it's incredibly important to bring in flexibility in learning, right? That's what we are bringing. So give them a whole array of options that students can choose from. But you have dealt with a lot of kids on the ground, and you have seen them from tens of thousands of villages. Now, how do you think students who are at that level can form their paths, right? We know some students already come with their own ideas, but a lot of them may not even have any awareness of where to go, right? So any thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I just want to come to the also focus that people can take away some things at the end of the session is that what kind of approach we have, what kind of things that we do where we create more and more future jobs, more learning environment in the current systems and all that. Just few disclaimers that I come from background where I myself was not properly educated in the sense that, or rather learned. I failed 8 times to become a graduate, so I had all the learnings of how not to learn. By I mean, in the sense that in the ecosystem, not everybody survived that, but I survived even though without those years of failures. And I also have a disclaimer that both my children who are adult enough, they have never been to a conventional education system. And they have learned through the system of uh, ecosystem rather than, I would say, education system or a school or a wall or a teacher or somebody. And we had a privilege to find such places also. So it is very interesting that we have grown where education is a consumeristic product. It is not a citizen development approach. We still, the name of the summit is Edu Summit. It's not a learning summit, right? That means you want to offer something as a product to somebody to do something rather than solve a problem, you know? If the world's problem is solved without a job, then why do I need a job? And therefore, that means as a generation, you are blocked to think, you know, because you get up and suddenly say, Sharma ji ka beta ka engineering mein ho gaya, uska medical mein ho gaya, that guy has done something, this person earns a lot of money, this person is great. So all your ecosystem examples are somebody who is actually a environmental, degrade of the humanity and earning a lot of money and then actually, becoming an example of doing something good. And we don't know. We are giving example of something that is not wrong and we are saying it's a success story. It is just brilliant, We give example that Steve Jobs never had been to school, but we send our children to school. We send Mahatma Gandhi was a great man, but don't want to become Mahatma Gandhi. We want to become Ambani or we want to become somebody else. So, we say that, Bhagat Singh was a great man, Bhagwan na kare main ban jaun aisa. Ya mera beta ban jaye aisa. Something like that. So what kind of education and learning system that we are in? That's a big ecosystem problem that we are facing. Now I'll tell you the modern era, learning ecosystem. This is the disclaimer I was just trying to say where I'm coming from. I don't get excited by urban India. I don't get excited by the people who live in urban India. I don't get excited by the university. I don't get excited by the education thing. I get excited by the naturally wisdom-oriented, creative people. And they all live in villages. They all live in villages. They do everything that you do without going to school, without going to college, without going anywhere. They make houses, they make food, they learn everything. They are the most knowledgeable people. But we go there and teach them how not to be learned, actually.
You know, we just go there and tell them कि इस स्कूल में आओ, हम यहाँ तुमको बर्बाद करेंगे, फिर उसके बाद तुमको डिग्री देंगे, फिर उसके बाद बोलेंगे पूरी दुनिया बर्बाद करो. You know, so you know that is how we are. You know, we go to the farmer and tell them how to farm. You know, we go to the local most knowledgeable people and tell them this is where the best degree is available. So you know that's the approach that we need to really figure it out, that the parents, the teachers, the learned people, the adults have to first learn to learn from children. We say children are the future of the world, but I don't want to learn from them. अरे तो फिर क्यों बोलते हो फ्यूचर है? फ्यूचर तो फिर तुम ही हो. You know, you are saying कि बेटा मत ऐसे करो, but you are the future of the world. If he is the future of the world, then he knows that how to do it. Then why don't I ask how to do it? It's so ironical, you know, we defy everything that we say. But what I'm saying is that let's solve a little problem that we have, and I'll take about 5 more minutes. That you know, just look at the country. You know, we are thinking of creating job here, there, and everywhere. And I have some just very simple examples of how we don't create a job because it doesn't suit our ecosystem. Look at our country. We have 250,000 panchayat, right? 250,000 panchayat, we want to become connected, right? But we are never thinking who will run those connectivity. Who will manage those digital information system there at the panchayat level? Let's, you know, for example, we have about 3 million elected panchayat members. These are numbers which is existing, I'm saying. Usme se 1.5 million are women and 1.6 million or something are men. Women are also almost close to 50%. Panchayat is an institution. There is no job description saying that digital panchayat manager or something like that. That means you can have, you know, 2.5 lakh ऐसे ही आ जाएगा आपके पास, you know, who will manage the digital infrastructure, digital ecosystem. But you are making a plan in the policy that all the panchayat should be digital and you will do online and this and that and whatever. How do you do it? If you get a telephone connectivity or a mobile, you need a mobile repairer, no? You need somebody who will solve the network problem or a data problem or digitization problem. We have 2 million ASHA workers, ANM workers. They take care of the you know, medical data of the country. You know, they bring the data. There should be as many number of digitally trained you know, data collectors of the things. Why we don't think about it? We have 1.4 million schools in the country. 80% do not have a digital lab. और हम future लिखने जा रहे हैं यहाँ पे. If you don't have a digital lab today in your schools, how do you think that the future, you will capture the future 30 years? Because your child today will be only capable 30 years later, no? So you are even today not prepared. But I will come to the number. You have 1.4 million schools. Do you have 1.4 million schools trained digital smart teachers? No, we don't. उतना job खाली पड़ा हुआ है. You're not even creating job. You say कोई भी पढ़ा देगा. And as many labs, you need a technician also to manage those labs so that the lab runs properly, so that my children who is going to use the lab tomorrow, computers are not working, so there is somebody who will correct it immediately and repair it, and so that my, you know, study time is not wasted. It's straightforward, but we are not thinking like that. 50% of the country do not use internet. Our rural connectivity is in shambles, but we don't have a network engineer for rural India. We have all the network engineers in the municipal department here or here and there and there and, you know, all those urban areas. Nobody wants to go and work in the rural areas. We have 545 artisan clusters, the weaving clusters. Each cluster is like a small little city of workers who deal in making artisanal work to sell the products. But do we have as many e-commerce experts on that level to solve their problem? No. कोई वहां नहीं काम करना चाहता है. Or we are not creating those jobs. So all our institutions are solving the problem of the rich people who are sitting in the urban areas. We have 600,000 or 675,000 villages. Each village is a destination for tourism. Why don't we have a Airbnb in all the places and managing? Why are we not training so many women to lend a house? That is a job lying. Nobody is working on that. So I'm just trying to say is that the looking at the problem itself is so narrow that we don't even know, and that's the reason why you have celebrities coming from the villages on Instagram. आप उन्हीं का reel देखते देखते रहते हो loop में, जो कभी पढ़ा नहीं, उसको किसी ने नहीं सिखाया कैसे बनाते हैं वीडियो, और वही बना के आज 1 million फॉलोअर है उसके. And you still do not have a teaching department who can tell you how to avoid cyber frauds. So what are we doing? I mean, there is a serious issue on the tackling problem, approach problem, and looking at the problem. I'll stop there.
Thank you. I think, on ground, the number of problems that are there are incredible. And what solutions, would come up with, perhaps there are local solutions which are best. And then, of course, globally also we'll have to, bring some excellence in that, right? So, ma'am, I'll come to you. So on the curricular front, right, in terms of what we teach, Professor Murthy alluded us to saying flexibility is what we need to really bring in so that all the kids can actually choose what they want to become in some sense. And the number of, again, the problem is scale, right? The number of students who have to be given that many options is incredibly large again. And on the side, you also have students who have absolutely no awareness, right? It's a very difficult problem. Now, of course, in terms of policy, there's one good thing that is emerging, and that's the NEP, right? The new education policy, which is giving a lot of flexibility for the colleges. But from the administration point of view as well, there are some colleges that are growing with excellence, but there are also some colleges which may not be, getting to that excellence, right? And overall quality also has to be maintained so that, there's some uniformity, some guaranteed assurance of education, right? So how do you see this, as a problem to deal?
Thank you so much. First of all, I'm sorry for having come late and also having got you to do some medley of your program. It was supposed to be something else. I think you just kind of immediately made it all up with three of us at one go. It is a difficult thing actually to talk to people when it's 4:30. So I only hope I can retain your attention. Let me start off by saying that I've worked in the Department of School Education, which runs around 60,000 schools, both government and private, for almost 4.5 years. So I will not be able to talk about the top, students like Professor Murthy has. I will be talking about the underbelly of this whole system. We have students, more than around 45 lakh, who are studying in schools of this state today. Out of which, like you said, there are students who are studying in some of the top schools which deliver, the best results, and presumably they are more marketable or more job worthy. But what happens to these students who are actually in the government schools and who do not have access to the kind of facilities that these private top-notch schools have? Now we start from there, first of all. And I will also talk about the other side of the coin. I had been to many such so-called corporate private schools to see exactly what they do. And let me tell you, when both government and private schools students are brought on one platform, like say a science fair, you will see that the corporate school children are only parroting what their teachers tell them, whereas The government school children have come up with something so innovative, so real, and so implementable within their own milieu, which is uncomparable to what the private school students are doing. So when we are, on the one hand, worrying about what could be done to improve the situation of our schools, government schools, and the downtrodden, basically the who comes to government schools? It is all the SC, ST, BC, minority, and economically backward people, and that's where all your future potential lies. And another important thing that I want to bring to your notice is students in private schools, they are afraid. They are brought up in an atmosphere of fear. I don't understand why children are afraid to even open their mouths in front of the teacher and ask them a question. Whereas in a government school, I remember when our minister had gone to a KGBV school, one little tiny tot, you know, he just pushes everyone and comes and tells the minister, Madam, maku food లేదు madam, సరిగ్గా లేదు madam, మీరు వచ్చి చూడాలా madam. Okay, that little boy who, normally if you would look at a private school child of the same age, they wouldn't have dared to even lift their eyes and look at the minister. Now, these are the kind of children we have. I will tell you one more example. I'm trying to impress upon you that this is where our talent lies and this is where our interest is and where our investment should go. You see, there was one little boy who was playing when I entered a classroom. He was opening up a ballpoint pen. Basically, he removed the spring, he removed the refill, he removed the top cap and those little buds and everything, and he spread it all over his table. And there was another little girl beside him. He said, "Idi cheyagalva." I hope you understand Telugu. Most of you do. Okay. So obviously he opened it up because this little girl told him, "Can you do this?" So he opened it all up. And this girl is so smart. She immediately went and told the teacher, "Look, madam, what he did. He opened it all up. He spoiled the pen." Okay. And then this teacher comes and talks to this boy. I mean, I was watching all this because I used to visit classrooms as part of our foundation literacy and numeracy training. This teacher tells him what this boy expected was that she would hit him. Okay. But the teacher said, "Can you put it back?" Within 5 seconds, that boy put everything back in exactly the same shape and he wrote and said, "See, ma'am, it's all fine." Now, this would not have been possible anywhere else except in a government school, because if that boy was in a private school, he would have been beaten properly. This teacher understood that little boy was only trying to experiment. We don't give this freedom in our schools, that is exactly what sir was saying. We don't give this freedom in our schools. I will tell you one more instance. There was just a kind of an interaction we had with students. Then I was asking them how they find science and maths. Do they like those subjects? How do they like, specifically physics? So one little boy got up and said, "I like science, I like physics." Then I said, "Why?" I asked him particularly, "What is the you tell me what is the latest latest lesson you have learned in physics?" And this boy says, "We learned about ray, line, and line segment." If any of you are from maths background, you would understand what exactly are the difference. Basically, a ray means, there's a point, start point, and there's no end point. It's a ray means it just goes forward. Line is, of course, something that doesn't have a beginning or an end. It just goes in both ways. And a line segment is part of it. So this boy, I asked him, "Explain it then to me. What have you learned?" So he said, "Ma'am, a ray is like a human being. I'm sorry, it is like that Dhruva or Markandeya who were born but don't have death. Okay, so there is a beginning, there is no end." So he was relating it to what he knows from his mother. Mother must have told him the story of Dhruva and Markandeya who had the boon of not dying, of immortality. Then he said, "What is a line?" He said, "Ma'am, line is like God. There is no beginning and there is no end." And then what is a line segment? He says line segment is like man. It is, he has a beginning, he has an end, and he is part of God. Okay? So this is coming from a small government school child. What I'm trying to impress upon you is every child is so innovative if left to themselves, to if they are, allowed to grow the way they must. We are imposing all our syllabus on them. We are imposing all our pedagogy on them. I hate that word, seriously. I hate that word. Why should you have pedagogy? Your teacher should teach as is the requirement of the child. You can't, when I was in school education, there was one great man. I wouldn't want to take his name, but he was supposed to be an expert in pedagogy. And he said, ma'am, if we want that the schools should run well and the classes should run well, first of all, they should make a lesson plan and a period plan, which runs into thousands of pages for each subject, each lesson. And they made a format, they communicated it to all the teachers, and the teachers were being pushed to do that. And the teachers stopped teaching. They did only that. Okay? So I told my principal secretary at that point of time, ma'am, are we really interested in doing what the children need? Which is what Professor Murthy has been saying. We are not doing what the children need. We are doing what we think is important in the classroom. If you understand what the child needs, your teaching can be tailored to suit his needs. And that is when interest in the subject comes up. Otherwise, the child is not going to learn. I had a very interesting experience in IIT Gandhinagar. In fact, I spoke to sir also about it. IIT Gandhinagar has a small, laboratory. They call it CCL, Center for Creative Learning. How many of you have, know of it? It's a beautiful place run by one Professor Manish Jain. If you go and sit in that lab, you will become a child yourself and you will forget time. What they do there is, his tagline is this: I want to see the gleam in the eyes of the child. So, what you want to learn, you first enjoy doing it. Then you go behind what is the scientific concept behind it. So, you first play. You play with things that have a scientific concept. They have got scores and scores of such gadgets and such toys which help you to understand various science concepts. I took a team of around 50 teachers with me when I went there, and those teachers didn't want to come back. They wanted to be there. In fact, I've been asking Professor Murthy whether we could have one in IIT Hyderabad also. This is something that one has to definitely incorporate in all our schools, government or private is a different matter. So coming to the point that what are we going to do with these kind of children who are really talented, they have got everything, but we are not able to channelize them. For that, we need to think more deeply than just sitting and having these kind of meetings. In fact, I want to propose, if you're not talking of jobs which our students are supposed to access based on their skills. I was just hearing Ramesh Kazagaru, who was talking about BFSI. We have started BFSI in our institutions with their help only, and it is going really well. And we are hoping that that will become a path breaker for these kind of courses and more of them to come. And we also have APLPA, is that the full name? This packaging industry, which has taken over some courses. Yeah, yeah. I'm given to, I'm new to this department. I just joined about 4 months ago, so I'm kind of not very familiar with the name, but I do understand that they have very good courses which they have introduced in our colleges, and placement is 100%. Now, coming to what Osama Garu was saying about are we really teaching them, or are we looking at learning? Are we looking at solving problems? I'm so sorry, but unfortunately, we need to give jobs today. Learning comes later, or solving problems come later. This is unfortunately the situation we are in today. No parent, even I will not do that. I will not tell my son that you go and do what you want. Kumar panjesko, kamar panjesko అని నేను చెప్పలేను. I cannot do that. In fact, my son, like sir's son, was we put him in Fiji, one of the best. At that time, I was in education department, so those people thought they must give me the best possible, coaching center, and they put my son in that Banjara Hills coaching center, and that was post-COVID. Okay. COVID means that children were not going to school, and obviously my son didn't have any knowledge of whatever concepts he was supposed to be learning at the classes 9th and 10th. But we put him there because he asked. Of course, it was kind of a silent understanding that he wanted it, and he thought we wanted it, and we all thought everyone else wanted it. So it just went that way. He went and joined that place. Within a month of joining there, he stopped talking to everybody. My son. And he became so lonely, he used to just lock himself up in the room. We never understood what the problem was. I had just come back from my collectorship from the district, so I was still taking time to understand what was going on with him. And one day I just asked him, he said, Amma, I think I cannot do this anymore. And I said, if that was the problem, you should have told us. No, you paid 5 lakhs. I could not tell you that I can't do this. And I and my husband took an immediate decision that his sanity is more important than his getting into damn IIT. And we took him out. And after that, we put him, see, look at how many trial and errors as a parent we have to make. Then in government and in institutions like, IITs or other bigger ones, how many more trials we'll have to make to understand the entire, the size of the problem we have on hand. You know what happened after that? Then I took my son and put him in what's this Bharati Vidya Bhavan, because it was close by. We wanted him to be safe. We were very worried he might actually, do something very fatal, because that was the point he was driven to. And that's why we put him in a college close to my house. Then there was another problem. He was quite intelligent, and people around him, or the situation around him did not give him enough challenge. So he began to become lazy. He was thinking he's the best in the class. Ab kuch nahi karne ka hai. We are at the top of the world. Okay. Then when it came to his exams, he was doing very well. He stopped going to college regularly because he didn't feel it necessary to go to college. Then again, he told me one day, Amma, I think I'm doing something very wrong. I don't want to be in this college because I'm not finding any enjoyment in doing whatever I'm doing. Though I'm the best in the class, I'm not enjoying it. So then we put him in Mahindra University. He lost a year. Then we put him in Mahindra University. And today he himself said that I will go and stay in the hostel. He's staying in the hostel for the last 4 months and doing excellently well, because he's got that kind of a atmosphere around him where it challenges him. It gives him the satisfaction of discovering himself. Okay, this is what we are unable to do. It took me being in the education department and being a mother, it took us so many trials and errors to understand what this child needs. So a lot of thought and work has to go into this. We really have to look at things differently. And this is where the industry comes in. You see, I don't think Mahindra University would be the kind of university it is if it wasn't brought in by an industrialist himself. You see? So we are all working in silos. Just this morning, I went to a meeting in Osmania University, where OU Idea Labs is a company constituted for implementation of a project given by central government. Right now we have 100 crores in that project, 100 crores. And such a beautiful, roadmap has been laid. And the kind of things that they are also planning to do is fantastic. I was surprised that, there is a Center for Biodiversity and Conservation Studies, 3.4 crore. Center for Microbial Fermentation Technology, 2.5 crore. OU Technology Business Incubator, 3.5 crore. Center for Prototyping and Testing of Industrial Products, 4.5 crore. Center for Cyber Security and Cyber Law, 2.25 crore. Totally, there's something like 55 crore, which is already available. And do we have anybody from the industry there? No. And I don't think anybody from the industry even knows this kind of a program is going on there. So it is really appalling how we are working in silos. I told the board members that you must immediately co-opt somebody from the industry and ensure that all these things go the way that it should in order to make the people who join their job worthy, as well as make them R&D centers for these industries which are related. So our experience is this way. If you look at it, I sincerely feel there's a lot more to do. We are just touching the tip of the iceberg, nothing more. And fortunately for us, we have IITs and ISBs to showcase. But there is the bigger problem yet to be solved, and we should put our heads together.
If you give me a minute, if you don't.
Sure, please.
Madam, this is something, a request to you. When I was in Japan for 2 years, I saw that every kid has to go to a school which is within 5 kilometers. They cannot choose a school which is beyond. And most of the schools are government schools. They put a lot of money, make them, in fact, I have been to those schools, and some of them, the equipment they have, the facilities they have, the kind of labs that they have is amazing. So I think it is important that we strengthen our government schools with good amount of infrastructure. And I once I told this to our Dharmendra Pradhan ji, because I keep meeting him. And so I told that we always have this DA. You are in a big city, you get a bigger salary. So I said, can we not have a village compensation allowance? Take the teachers and doctors. These are the two most important people, and build good housing for them and a good salary if you give. I think all our government schools are going to be wonderful. I think we need to start thinking, madam. Because bring the best brains, as you said, the students are wonderful. But if those students also get similar facilities as what the best schools, let's say some of the corporate schools get, you can imagine how they are going to be. And we have right now, for example, we have adopted about 10 schools near to IIT Hyderabad. We are bringing them regularly. Today morning, I met 120 students. I recently had a meeting where we brought all their parents also. 500 parents we brought to IIT Hyderabad and started telling them what it means by supporting your kid. Rather than saying that, oh, our standard is only this, you don't need to think bigger. It's important that everybody should aspire. As Abdul Kalam says, everybody should dream and dream should be as colorful as possible. That needs a lot of support from parents, and many of those parents are not educated. So this is something that we have been trying to do, and I feel people like us work together. And let's create an environment where kids, as you rightly said, learn. Okay, learn what they want to learn, and I am sure Telangana can be the first such state where we can create a great transformation. Thank you.
Just add to that point you said, yeah, it is a good idea that we give our teachers the best possible facilities, but it is also what we must note that most of them get excellent salaries. Excellent salaries. They really don't. Many of my teachers get more salary than I do. Seriously, and they all marry within the fraternity, because two people teaching in one school, they get double the income, and they're really well off. Most of them, they deal with lands, they do chit fund business. Okay, yeah, and they essentially at any given point of time, a minimum of 2,000 teachers are abroad. They're all quite well to do. The problem is they do not want to stay in the villages. They have their children who want to study in the towns and cities. But still there are exceptions. There was one wonderful person I met in Asifabad. His name is Rangaya. He got Best Teacher Award. This man, he got his children to study in that school. His wife teaches in that school. For the last 10 years, he's in that school. He made that village liquor free. And there I went to that school, and I was holding a mic like this and talking to him, talking to the people there. I said, "Do you know so and so?" The name of the collector. I just said, "Do you know so and so?" They said no. Then I said, I use the name of the joint collector there. I said, "Do you know so and so?" They said no. And I said, "Do you know Rangaya?" They all lift their hands up and then clap for him. That is the kind of teachers we have today. It's just
We should strengthen such teachers.
Absolutely.
Make more such.
Absolutely.
I think we should.
So it is not what we still have to give. It is what most we can make of what we already have. That is the point.
Thank you, ma'am. Professor Murthy, I would go to you again.
Sure.
So you have seen like more than 3 decades of students in your class, and then as a teacher, there are a lot of teachers here, and they also probably, you know, not as many as you, but then they're learning to deal with students. There's several things that were called out in the morning in terms of how difficult it is to deal with today's students, right? The generation shifts. Did you have to deal with shifts in your teaching practice, or what shifts worked well, which ones didn't, right? If you could reflect on that, please.
Sure. So many of you possibly do not know, I come from a branch of engineering called metallurgy, which most of the private colleges do not have. In the whole of Telangana, there is only one private college which has metallurgy department. Anybody knows? It's called MGIT. Okay. In the whole of Tamil Nadu, there is only one private college which has metallurgy, that is called PSG Tech. So that's the kind of branch that I come from. So in my class of 50 students, every student thinks, if I have done my JE slightly better, I will not be sitting here. Okay? That's the kind of students I have gone through for 35 years. So at IIT Madras, once they did an experiment. They said that first year is all common. People can change the branch, all of us know. At IIT Hyderabad, the moment I joined, I removed this branch change option at IIT Hyderabad. Now most of the other IITs are started. While I say that flexibility is important, why do I do this? I said once you join there, start exploring what is great there. Every branch, I mean, I am a proud metallurgist, I can say that. Every branch has so much greatness to learn, so much of joy there. At the same time, to enable that students have the flexibility, we brought in a double major and a minor in every branch of engineering. A student can be in metallurgy, can get a double major in electrical, double major in computer science, and so on and so forth. So that flexibility we still kept. But I'm going back to what he was asking, how do we deal with the students? So at IIT Madras, they said, let them at least have one course on their branch before they change their branch. So they introduced a course called Introduction to Mechanical Engineering, Introduction to Electrical, Introduction to Metallurgy, and so on and so forth. And they said, this is the one course. Every department, you decide what you want to teach there. So I taught for 3 years this particular course called Introduction to Materials Engineering. I had only one thought when I started the class, saying that at the end of the semester, none of these guys should change their branch. Think of changing their branch. So that's where I ensured that, what is important is all of them, when they come, they have no idea of what a particular branch is. After all, in fact, I go to the extent to tell to every first year student who joins IIT, first of all, why did you choose engineering? You only studied physics, maths, chemistry so far. And why do you not continue that? And I go one more step to say that there is no Nobel Prize in engineering, but there is Nobel Prize in all these subjects. If you really want to be the best in the world, you should do sciences first. But unfortunately, the way our society is, again, luckily, my second son, he said, he got a wonderful rank in JE Advanced. He said, I don't want to join IIT. I want to become a physicist. Just about 2 weeks back, on 25th of, 4 weeks back possibly, on 25th of October, I was in University of Toulouse, seeing him defending his thesis. He just completed his PhD. I was so happy, sitting in the last bench, listening to him so passionately talking about physics. So this is important, friends. No, you should be able to. I said, fine, go ahead and do your physics. And he is now a happy physicist. So what I try to do is to tell them how exciting material science is. I go to the extent to say people that in the world there are only two things. One is spiritual, and anything other than spiritual is material. So material is so important. So this is how 3 years have been very, I would say, successful, if you want to use that term, being able to ensure that 95% of my students stayed back. So it is important that we try to make our curricula more interesting. I many times when my teachers tell, my colleagues tell that the students are not attending classes, I say attendance has to be commanded and not demanded. Okay? Students should feel that if I don't attend this gentleman, I mean, at IIT Madras, my classes were always after 9 o'clock in the night. 15 years I taught like this, for your information. Because I teach BTechs, MTechs, PhDs, all of them somehow like my subjects that I teach. And we were not finding a common time. I said, are you free after dinner? They said, that is, sir, come on. So luckily at IIT system, everybody is in the campus. I am also in the campus. So which maybe other private colleges cannot implement so easily. But we were able to do. 9:30 to 11 o'clock were my classes almost every semester. So what I'm saying is make every branch of engineering, I mean, how interesting it is, how important it is. And then I'm sure students would really start enjoying. And that's something I think a lot of that lies on the shoulders of all of us. We are all teachers. And I would like to end making a statement which my teacher taught me, who made me a teacher during my BTech days at REC Nagpur. He made a statement. He said, students, my job is not to cover the syllabus. I am here to uncover a part of it so that you discover the rest of it. So this is something which 40 years back I have heard this statement, 83, when I joined REC Nagpur. And it still reverberates in my ears. And this is important, friends. If we take, and I mean, I
literate, but the people who are do not communicate in the language that we communicate with each other on audio messages, video messages, audio video messages, symbol messages. You know, this new generation talks in symbols. You know, we need to understand that. And symbol is a language. You know, we cannot just discard ke tum to sirf emojis bhejte ho. You know, so yeah, so we need to work on that one.
Absolutely. I think it's incredible in terms of how many challenges we have. We have technology, we have human interventions that worked very well. But I think a lot of models in terms of what works in your local, right? And a lot of creative solutions have to emerge. And only then I think you'll be able to solve this at scale.
I
Because
just add one sentence by saying that all this example I'm saying not as a preach, because we have been doing it for 20 years. You know, we have done thousands and lakhs of trainings and all that with phygital model, with audiovisual model, without the use of teachers,
yeah.
but trainers in such a way that who take responsibility at a grassroots level to integrate and learn the medium rather than the content.
Right.
You know, medium is more important because people say medium is the message. You know, unless you know the medium, you will keep forwarding the messages which is fake news.
Right. Yeah, so there's technology, there's flexibility that we want to bring in, let people really do, and be very reflective in terms of what you observe, and then keep changing, right? And that's probably how these solutions would emerge. So I'm going to stop now and then see if there are any questions. Please.
You can take one.
B.S. Murthy Garu, you're mentioning, I'm Divakar from Avishkar Soft Labs. You're mentioning about left brain and right brain. And since morning, I think all the conversations, the challenge is, I think we have enough of left brain, our academics and our courses. It is overburdened the left brain and completely emptied the right brain. Can we
create a kind of a model from not only from the 10+2, you said like giving freedom and all that, from the in the beginning, can we add certain courses or kind of an activities which will really enhance the right brain skills like whatever I think some schools resilience, are doing it. communication? Only thing is scaling it up. So we should be able to do, you are right, at every level. I say even a child who is a fifth standard kid needs a balance. A person of your age and my age also needs a balance. Balance is something everybody needs. So that can only come when you have your both left and right activities are encouraged. I think there are some schools which have that, but somehow we have been able to implement. And actually, I have seen that these are more like stress busters to our students. For example, a weekend, we have a Kathak dancer comes. Saturday morning 3 hours, afternoon 3 hours, Sunday morning 3 hours, afternoon 3 hours. 12 to 14 hours of teaching. One credit course is finished over a weekend, and 400 students join. We have a painter who comes from Madhya Pradesh. She teaches Madhubani paintings. She stays for 1 week. Evenings, when the classes are regularly over, something like 6 to 7:30, she teaches every day. At the end, the 300 students, everybody has to paint. We put a big exhibition in the campus of all the 300 paintings. The whole campus comes to see it. Amazing experience we are having. And it's not that it makes you an expert in painting or no. It starts making you to think differently. Hmm? So these are certain things I think at every level it is required. Possibly I request Madam also if you can introduce in your curriculum, school curriculum, that some kind of activity-based learning and courses of that nature. So I think it is very important. We are thoroughly enjoying. We have even martial arts as a course, one credit course. We have yoga, a course, personality development, anthropology, psychology, philosophy. So we say learn.
Have spread across the state. We have how many? More than I was just saying, 60 lakh students, 40,000 institutions. Where is the money to run it? We have money for the salaries, because if the salary doesn't come, a government employee is not going to keep quiet. But you don't have money to run the school. You don't have money for the chalk. You don't have money for your paper. You don't have money to conduct any extracurricular activities. You have to depend on the Mandal Praja Parishad, president, or you have to depend on the Sarpanch. And those people will expect something else from you for having done that. Midday meals is compromised. So the point is, wherever you can see government schools, something that you can add value to, please do that. I read recently that CSR constitutes the highest percentage in Telangana than any other state. If CSR can come in such huge numbers, then they should first go to schools. And kindly, for heaven's sake, not to build rooms and then put a board there, this has been built by so and so company. Not for that. Let us invest in the soft skills. Let us invest in, like what Usama Garu was saying, they require some computers for a room, for a class. Let us give them those. Let us give them teachers who will be able to teach that. Our teachers at 50 and 60 are not going to learn digital skills. They are not going to learn. So they have to be taught why this divide has to be reduced by this democratization has to happen through society at large, through industry coming in. I'm not saying government should give up its responsibility. We will take it up. We will do to the best of our efforts, but we have our limitations, quite unfortunately, like what I already explained. So we have to make it work together.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I would like to thank all of you, Usama ji, Professor Murthy, and Devasena ma'am. I think, if we had a lot more time, I'm sure every one of us would enjoy it, but we'll have to stop now. So, Dr. Ravi, I'll hand it over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. This last session was like the film.
The employability in the state. So thank you all for coming and joining us.
Yes, Ravi Chandran garu.
So thank you again to all the panelists, and all of you were very inspiring. And as I mentioned, every one of us have the responsibility here to transform the next generation. And the pointers towards that was something that was very, fantastic during the last session. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Praveen, for having accepted and made a very good, discussion during the last session. Thank you. Yeah.
Group photo. Okay, okay. We'll try to. How do you make a group photo? It's too big, I think. But we'll try. Yeah. Please. Chalo, we can stand. Madam, you can go onto the platform. Chalo. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
God.